of the Chessable English Championships and the Chessable English Women's Championships. We're going to have a look at some exciting games this afternoon. I'm joined by GM Matthew Sadler.
Hello, everyone.
And let's see. Well, first of all, let's have a look at the players. They're about to kick off. Games haven't started quite yet.
I think you almost said Chessable, didn't you,
Chessable.
Natasha?
Well, Chessable is the new departure for Chessable. And,
definitely worth the plug as well. So
yes, the Chessable. Well, that's next. The Chessable English Championships, and which English chess players? While we're on the topic, which English chess players cook well? Do we know?
Do we know anyone who's keen on cooking? I don't know, actually.
Any English chess players that cook well?
Mickey Adams once said that he enjoyed shopping because that was nice and relaxing.
Yes.
But I don't know anything about cooking. I've never actually. I don't actually know of any English players who've got a reputation for good cooking, I have to say. But if anyone feels that they're being misrepresented, then do give us a shout on the stream.
I think there must be some. There must be some very good cooks, and the chat will surely know who's a good cook.
Yeah, I used to. I haven't done it for ages now, but maybe 10 years ago or something, I was doing a lot of cooking, lots and lots of recipes, and every single night I was, I was trying a different recipe, but I wouldn't call myself a good cook.
You do steak, don't you? And
I was doing all sorts of paella and risottos and curries and all that sort of thing. I was more an enthusiastic cook with big portions than refined cuisine.
Yes.
But that's a pretty good. It looks like I'm sort of getting used to looking at over the board chess again somehow and seeing that over the board tournament. It's it looks nice with those chess pieces and chess clocks and everything. Just
right. I'm going to get some moves up for us.
Wow, fantastic! So who have we got on the top boards? We've got Mark Hebs against Borna.
Why is this not working? Wait a minute. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can see that. We can see the board.
Good. Okay.
And against Bora Derakshani.
Yes.
Then on board.
And that one has actually started with Mark Hebden playing 1d4 as he likes to do. Thanks for the follow, my Tiarida.
And we've also got Matthew Wadsworth against James Jackson on board 2, and Marcus Harvey against.
I don't know if you've seen any of the games yet in this tournament, but there's lots of quiet openings going on. So there's G3. There's been some B3s and lots of C4s. My theory is that everyone's playing C4 because it's the English Championships and they want to play the English. But lots of kind of quietish openings.
Okay, interesting. It's I don't know.
Didn't Hebden play in the last Birmingham Rapid Play? Yes, I'm sure he would have. He plays a lot of chess, and that's exactly the sort of thing he'd play in.
Well, we've got you're absolutely right. Marcus Harvey playing Knight F3 and B3 opening. So I mean, they have become very popular. Of course, B3. Was a bit of an internet sensation. Adiban, Indian grandmaster, very creative, was playing it an awful lot. And there've been courses and books about it, so not too surprising that that's caught on. And I mean the really great thing about these B3, G3, or Knight F3 systems is if you can use them to transpose back into D4 openings, and trick the opponent, but get back into the main lines afterwards, and that can be very, very effective.
Yeah. Okay. Here now we've got different. Jonah Willow is playing E4, and we have a Sicilian on the board from International Master Richard Pert.
Oh, Richard! What does Richard play as black? I don't remember anymore.
It's got a Knight F3 and D6, so this could go into a Najdorf.
I think.
Yes.
So we'll see what White does. There was an article recently in one of the theoretical magazines that was pointing out how many unusual moves have been tried recently against the Najdorf on move 6. So even 6A3 and 6B3, have been played, which would have been, completely unthinkable, 20 years ago. I do remember actually. Do you remember this, Natasha? It's not so long ago. We sat with the English senior teams in Berlin,
Yes.
and we were with John Nunn, Nigel Shaw, John Spielman, and Nigel was saying that the last move that would ever be played on move 6 in the Najdorf would be 6b4. So, but we've had
Has it been
6b.
done? Has it been
We've
done
had
by
6
now?
6a3. So I really think that at some stage somebody will go 6b4, but maybe not today.
Okay, and actually we have another Sicilian here in Shabir Okai against Peter Robeson.
So this is a sort of a quiet one. Bishop b5 check. Okay. So
Kevin Winter's got a book 2a3. Okay.
2a3.
Who wrote that one, Kevin?
E4 c5 a3. Yeah, sort of delayed wing gambit. So okay, a4. So this is not quite the normal way of playing. D4 is quite common for white, or castles in this line. A4 is a decent move.
Now you have to remember, for this particular game, so it's round 4, the players were playing in the morning as well, so they won't have had a stack of sort of particular prep time for this game.
Okay,
They might have done some prep, or they might have chosen to just have lunch and have a walk or something like that. So I can imagine them trying to avoid like heavy theory if they rely on their prep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thanks for the follow, Adam, the Irish dude.
So a6 and bishop e2. Yeah, going to be intriguing to see what what white comes up with here, because if white goes d4 at some stage, well, with going bishop b5 check bishop e2, you've more or less given black a6 for free, really. And the black knight's been dragged to d7 instead of going to c6, but still, it sort of feels like a nice deal for black. But yeah, I mean, there are so many of these. This really is, so many modern systems nowadays that you wouldn't have thought of 20 years ago, where people are happy just to misplace a piece, even to spend a tempo for it. So it might be one of those ideas.
Yeah.
But in principle, just looking at it through my slightly old-fashioned eyes, I'd be very happy with black here.
Yeah.
So okay, let's keep on going.
Okay, we have Jacob Boswell against Keith Alcorn. Now Jacob's been playing a blinder of a tournament. He had a draw with
Mark in the first round, didn't he?
In round 1, yes. And now I've just forgotten, he drew with someone again just now, didn't he?
Let's have a look. He drew
with commenting on it a few hours.
Drew with Peter Robeson, actually,
Peter
in round
Robeson
3
as well. So yeah, fantastic results so far.
Yeah, no, very nice, very good. And
so
he beat Max Purse
opening. Yeah.
In the second round as well. So okay, we've got a Queen's Indian now, probably. So white can play g3 or knight c3 or a3, for example. Those are the main ideas. So also other stuff like bishop f4, bishop g5 even. Bishop f4 is quite decent. Yapishin, Karpov's long-time second, played against me once. And 4e3, I think, was a favourite of Mark Hebden's. Is a favourite of Mark Hebden's. He's played 4e3 a lot.
I think he might have done that this morning.
Oh, can I have a quick?
Not against the. It wasn't against the Queens. The guy didn't do b6, but.
Okay, that makes a bit of difference. He beat Adam Ashton this morning. No, it was a normal gambit.
Oh, he played a good game, Hebs, this morning. It was very. He kept it all completely under control.
Yeah, nice. That looked. That's pretty typical. Yeah, very nice. Very smooth there, indeed. Yeah, very smooth win against a very good player. Adam Ashton's a very good player. So I remember I had a very, very long win against him, but he put up a heroic resistance. So it was really a very strong player as well. Now, there are a lot of just very good English players who maybe haven't got the IM title or anything like that, but around about.
I think Adam. I think he does.
Adam's an FM. Yeah. So we'll see what Jacob chooses. Peter. Okay. This is going to be topical. I think we've got a Vienna here, and Shreyas has played the pretty topical b5. D takes c4, e4, b5. I've seen that quite a bit recently. it's another one of those moves that again. I think people have played these lines for many years, and it's stuff like this, that sort of comes out very heavily influenced by engines, that help smooth over some of the slightly problematic lines and make the rest possible. So it'd be intriguing to see what Peter's got against this.
Thanks for the follow, NVQ Charles.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so this is going to be a good one. He's gone E5, I think Peter
It's
has.
gone
And then
E5. Peter's gone E5.
Yeah. I mean, this is very similar.
E5.
It's very similar to a line of the Queen's Gambit Decline that Korchnoi played. Actually, is it even going to? No, it's not. It's not quite transposing. But or is it transposing? Ooh, I've got to think about that. But Korchnoi did this when, after you take on B5, you do something like Knight B6 and hold that C4 pawn as a bit of a break on the white position. Quite interesting. So. So we'll see what Peter's got. Peter obviously very well prepared. Oh, it's happening actually. Knight B6.
Now it's Raiders saying that the coach I played. Yeah.
It's so I mean, Peter's very well prepared. Normally, it's something that's always been one of his big strengths, and obviously a very good player as well. But preparation was always even above his the rest of the level of the rest of his game. So he's written many fine books on. The Karakan, the Semi-Slav in particular, that's a very famous one. And also the was the Queen's Indian, I think. He did a series of books, Peter, on for, I think it was Gambit, just a sort of general overview of the openings, not quite detailed theoretical, but more talking about all the themes. And they were wonderful. They were really, really good. So interested to see what he comes up with. But he's played Knight B5.
It's taken actually on B5.
Yeah. And now this move Knight B6, what we said, and just keeping the pawn on C4. I mean, the idea is that White could actually try and take the pawn on C4 with the light square bishop, but then White will win a pawn, but Black gets the two bishops and some weak light squares around that center, D4, E5. So always compensation. So interesting play. We'll see what. We'll see what happens here. I mean, when I was playing, this idea did pop up, when I was professional, but it was generally thought to be pretty good for White. But obviously things have moved on a little bit, and it's now thought to be quite decent for Black. So interesting to see what happens.
Okay.
I can see that the next game is a pretty heavy. Looks like a Breyer. Rai Lopez here.
Here we go, Rai Lopez. Yeah. E4, E5. So this is Adam against Indy.
It's nice to see this happening because everyone's always doing either Berlins or Marshalls really at the moment, and it's nice to see somebody at least playing the good old-fashioned Rai Lopez. So there's a book by Victor Bologan actually on the Rai Lopez, from the Black side. He recommended the Breyer. So
this Knight B8 always seems really strange to me. I know it's the move that you do, but it always seems really weird.
I mean, the basic idea is that Black's position basically with that pawn on A6 and B5 and the knight on C6, it looks ugly. It looks wrong. You really want that C pawn to be at least supporting its brothers. So the old-fashioned line was to play knight A5 and gain a tempo on the bishop, but knight B8, but that knight on A5. Often ends up getting a bit sidetracked. So knight B8 to bring it back to D7 is great. But it is indeed a lovely maneuver, and I think it does deserve its name as well. I think it was Gyula Breyer, a very creative Hungarian player in the 1920s who thought it up. So, but it's really the main line nowadays, and just knight BD7, bishop B7, and Now, C4 is strange enough in this position instead of knight BD2 has been the engines are very, very keen on this C3 to C4. It's I think even Bobby Fischer played this a long time ago. Just the idea to free C3 for the knight and develop the knight on the very best square.
Looks nice once you played it. Yeah,
that's quite nice. I was surprised, how keen the engines were on it. But knight BD2 is the big main line. There's just huge amounts of theory on this. So bishop B7, bishop C2. Now rook e8, we do the standard. We bring the bishop round f8, and then play g6, bishop g7, and the king's going to be nice and safe. And the key thing is, black's basic idea here. I mean, there's a few things he can do. If he can do, he's played g6 here, so to go bishop g7. If black can go d6 to d5 and liquidate the center, then black's really, really happy. Another idea is just to play c6. Prevent white from playing d5 and just keep it tight at the back and wait for a chance to come out. And there's also c5 to c4. So you go c5, white goes d5, and then you go c4, and you get the c5 square for your knight. Those are the main options really for black in terms of structurally. So very, very interesting. I mean, really nice positions to play. I mean, mainly from the white side. It's always a bit more comfortable for white, but a player like Boris Spassky, for example, played this beautifully as black. So,
yeah. Okay. Next game, we've got David Ireland against Oscar Hackner.
What happened
French
here?
Defense. This is our first French defense, I think, in the whole tournament that I've seen in the tournament.
So playing a French defense at the English Championships. My goodness.
It's brave. A brave move by Oscar Hackner.
So this is a very unusual line from white. Taking on d5 like this, and I haven't seen this very often. Knight takes d5 from black, and then playing the bishop round to b3. Interesting. Just
and black's playing quite quickly. White's a bit down on the clock.
Interesting. I mean, maybe white's just making this up somehow. I don't know.
Having a laugh.
It's I mean, you get these sort of positions in the C3 Sicilian somehow, but or even in some offbeat Alakins. But I've never seen it with the with two sets of pawns swapped off like this. So okay, going to be quite interesting. Knight C6 played from black. The one problem white's got is that the e-file's open. So if you do something like knight f3, I mean, black could try queen e7 check here if he's particularly interested in doing something a bit disruptive. Just to because you could play king f1, or you go knight e2 or queen e2 to swap off queens. Probably swapping off queens is not going to be that great. So maybe you'll go king f1 or knight e2, but it's a little bit odd. I'd probably be quite tempted to go queen e7 check as black. See what happens. But of course, there's nothing wrong either with bishop e7 followed by castles. In principle, I quite like black's position.
He's gone queen e7. Oscar's gone queen e7.
Gone queen e7. Played that very fast. I think probably he's prepared. Maybe he's seen that that white's done this before. I think because these are quite fundamental decisions really. So I think you don't play them, just that quickly unless you've prepared them.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. King f1 would be my favourite, I think, really, or at least that way with king f1, you're trying to make it look as if I've got a real idea behind this opening, and I'm going to catch black out with this.
So king f1, you're going to follow up with what, d4?
Yeah, with d4, d5, bishop g5, get a rook onto e1 quickly, play h4, h5 if I want to get my rook active. That sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's probably king f1 is probably quite reasonable. I think queen e2 is not very good. I think we either take or we go bishop g4, and black's really better. I think knight e2 looks really.
The other one's knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2 is a bit odd. It's possible. But maybe
just castle straight away and then.
Yeah, I mean, black go bishop g4 simply, and then castle queenside. I mean, that just looks very good to me, really.
Yeah.
Quite apart from any other number of things that might be good, but this looks, this does look quite annoying. So it's got to be king f1, I think, and then just go for it with d4 and just play no castling chess, basically,
Yep.
So
I played a no castling chess tournament recently.
Oh, really? How did that
go? Average. All right. It was all right. I enjoyed it. I like playing these variants.
No, I mean the variants are quite. It's just that no castling. Just I don't know. It just I always think, I just get a normal position where I can't castle. It just not quite really.
It was very similar to normal chess. Yeah. That's true.
I mean, I love chess 960. I'm really, really into that at the moment, and more or less the only blitz chess I play is chess 960, and I think that is really unusual and different. But yeah, no
Yeah.
casting. I don't know. It's
Yeah. Okay.
David Hayden against Keith Parker. Another quiet opening there.
Another
B3.
B3. Yeah.
Bishop B2. Yeah, Bishop G7. This is going to be very, very quiet indeed. I suppose White's going to play C4, try and go C takes D5, play D3. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the decision will come later. We're not going to see anything dramatic in the opening.
Okay, Harry Zheng against Paul Macklin, another Sicilian.
Yeah, it should be probably Bishop E3 Najdorf, isn't it? With Knight F3, I would imagine. I'm trying to have a look. A bit too small.
Do you know Harry Zheng's openings?
No, not at all. But it looks just the structure looks like.
Right.
I've had it quite a bit as black. So, and now Knight F3, I guess. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, now you go Bishop C4 and play the bishop back to B3. So, Knight C6, Bishop G5. Yeah, it's a very quiet and easy way of playing. I mean, Judith Polgar won a model game against Vichy one time. Really beautiful game. Just by doing very simple stuff. You go put the bishop on B3, you take on F6, and then you get the light square bishops off. You go Knight D5, and it's all just very good, really. So yeah, takes. Yeah, I mean, it's just pleasant for White. White's got a nice little grip on the D5 square, and Black's going to be struggling a little bit more to create some counterplay. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, you could go Knight D5 here, and then just C3 afterwards. That's quite decent. You could just that's been done, has it? Yeah, that's quite obvious. C3 now is quite natural. And if Knight C5, you'll just drop the bishop back to C2. I mean, maybe Black can play it like a Sveshnikov, try and play G6 and F5, that sort of thing. But it should be a little bit nicer for White. I mean, White should probably put something on the D file, line up against the D6 pawn, maybe expand a bit on the queen side afterwards. After go C3, bishop C2, go B4, A4. Yeah, I don't know. Quite nice for White, really. I think, just. But not terrible for Black either. Just you sort of feel though that the Najdorf's always quite counter-attacking, and this is a bit more. Yeah, this is a bit more static, really. So yeah, it wouldn't be the I normally with Najdorf's I was always trying for more than something just like this. That's. This Jude Shisby, is this the C3 Sicilian? This looks like something like.
No, it's a French. Another French. Now I said there wasn't many French defences. Now there's going to be a million.
Okay, so it's a sort of a Rubinstein. So bishop G5, D takes C4, Knight takes C4, and bishop E7. Maybe Black was, after bishop F6, maybe Black was looking to take back with a G pawn, which is the Morozevich line. I haven't played that very often. I played bishop takes F6 quite a bit with Black. Bishop F6, bishop takes F6, which is you get attacked quite a bit. But I've had some nice games with Black. I did try bishop F6, GF6 against Peter Wells actually once, but I was sort of I sort of come across some old Alekhine Bogolubov games, so I thought I'll copy that. But that 1930 stuff turned out not to be that great, I have to say. I really against Peter. But you can play it a lot more modern fashion. It's pretty good, really. But White played Knight G3, which is kind of a
I thought there were also there's lines with White playing. Can't be this position. You take first, don't you, and then G3.
Yeah, you can do it. You can take on F6 and go G3. That's been played. So
okay. Hi, Chris Baker. I am Jude Shisby is a promising young player from the Coventry area. See, I know all these players just by their the Jude Shisby is Queen and Pawns, isn't he?
Yes, indeed.
Pawns. Yeah. Okay, so Knight G3.
Yeah, Knight G3. That's not really that great in general. You're sort of wasting time, and Black's got quite decent play against the centre there. So in principle, after C5, Black's quite happy. It's But okay, it's just a position. White's going to have a queenside pawn majority. Black's going to be decently active. So sort of equal, but plenty of play. So
takes queen
queen
a5.
a5 check.
d3 takes.
Queen takes c5. Yeah, I'm not sure. Queen
a5,
a5. Yeah, I might have put the queen on c7 rather than a5, but no problem. Castles or something, or knight c6. Yeah, I would probably have looked more to play the queen back to c7 and then play something like knight d7, b6, bishop b7. Get that sort of setup. I always like that one a lot. But this is perfectly fine. I mean, Black might play e5 soon and bring the light square bishop out to e6 or g4. So.
And the time limit is 90 minutes and 30 seconds. Exactly right. So there isn't any extra. There isn't like a move number where you add any extra time. It's just increment throughout the game. Okay.
Interesting.
Let's see Max against Theo, Battle of the Juniors. Oh, is that right?
Ooh,
it's a draw already.
Yeah. Oh, it's a draw by repetition.
They're pretty good comes.
This was okay. So this is the Magnus Carlsen line as white. I'm wondering, is this theory actually even? So b3. Do you know how this line came about, Natasha?
How did this line come about?
There was a Greek. I think it was a Greek amateur. I don't think he was titled. I might be wrong. And he came up with this idea of this knight c3, queen takes d4 and b3, and he sent it to Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus played it and won with it. So and now actually it's become a really hot line. It's really there's a recent book by it's Gawain. Oh, wait a minute. Have I got it here? Just one moment. It appeals to me a lot because it's called the Coffee House Repertoire.
Yes, we've been talking about that this morning.
Let me have a look. Where is it? I've got volume 2, but I need volume 1. Dear me. Too many books lying around. I can't find it. It's because then, if I had that book, I could consult and tell you whether this is theory or not. Because he looks at it in. Well,
I tell you who will know. B22 C3 Sicilian will know. He's been advising us about Coffee House Repertoire all morning.
Okay. Well then.
But I don't know if he's in chat this afternoon. So.
Well, maybe if we have a break sometime, I might nip down to the cellar and have a look to see where I've put that book. So it's
hopefully not in the cellar, Matthew. It's too good a book to put in the cellar.
It's the only place I've got where I can put the books, basically. So, but this is the big theoretical main line actually. So we play bishop h6 here with black, f4, knight f6, bishop b2, castles, and e5, g3. It's all very well known here. I actually, when I analysed this quite a bit, and I wanted to play a5 in this position, but rook e8 and knight d4. This is well known, I think. So bishop g4. Oh, we've got some sacrifices here. So it's actually a queen sacrifice here. Knight takes d4.
Do you think they didn't agree this before the game? This is.
I don't know, but it might well be a known draw. I mean, I think that's because this is just going to be a perpetual. Obviously, if the king goes to h8, I just take on e8 with check, and you can't escape to e7 with the king.
They didn't agree. How race confirms. That's Theo's dad.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
We both knew the line. Well done, you guys. Yeah. Max's dad's prep, of course, because Max's dad is Richard Pert. So, yeah.
Indeed. Yes. Well, I mean, Max is considerably lower rated here. So it's certainly from a rating point of view, it's a pretty positive result there. So it's tough sometimes, isn't it? You have a certain you have a whole range of lines. You can't have stuff in all of them. So for some of them, you're following theory, and you say, okay, there I've just got a draw, and maybe I'll work something out on the board. Yeah, it's sometimes very difficult to, especially nowadays, where there's so much opening theory on so many lines.
He must be quite intimidating being paired against Max with his dad there, who's an IM.
Yeah, you got to. You said he must, keep that in the back of your mind that he's probably going to be decently prepared if you play your normal stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
so. Okay, this was a short, sharp theoretical draw.
Okay. And so, okay, we have Samuel Herring against Patrick Duncan. Now, you know Patrick Duncan, Matthew, who is Mouse Slip in the
Oh.
Quarantine.
Exactly. I think we should just replace the people's real names here with their handles. That would be much.
Yeah. Oh, not prep. It was not prep, says Hellraise. So he was
Oh.
making it up. My goodness. Amazing. But they did both play fast. He maybe did know it, at least some of the way.
Let's have a look. So e4 is sort of a King's Indian attack, and then we're going for c4 here. So normally White's idea here would be to play knight c3, defend the pawn on e4, and then play d4 and get into a Maroczy bind situation, but without actually allowing Black to exchange off the light squared bishops, which normally happens through this order. So how did that, Gary? Is that a bit what happened? We got trying to look at the move. Bishop b7. Oh God, it's small. b3. I need my reading glasses. Bishop b2. a6. So now you'd probably be ready to go d4 now. Oh, I can see it on the mini board there. It looks like he's gone d4.
Yeah.
So d4. Yeah, okay. So this is basically White's got what he wanted. He's got his Maroczy bind. Probably, yeah. If Black's not going to stop d4, maybe you would have rather put the knight on d7 rather than c6. In general, in hedgehogs, the knight's better on d7 than c6. You could exchange it off, of course, but yeah. Just in general, it's a bit strange in the hedgehog, but although you're a bit cramped, it's often you do want to keep all your pieces because you've got so much, dynamic potential if you manage to break out somehow.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this is going to be a slight edge for White, basically, and we'll see what Black can come up with to get the position active. Oh, this is a theoretical French. Haha.
More French defense.
Yeah, this is one that I play, so that's pretty good.
60, 45, knight c3, knight c6.
This is the Steinitz. So f4. Actually, Steinitz played d takes c5 in this position, but this is the modern main line, and I've had this against Alexei Shirov, for example, and quite a few other people as well. Queen d2, bishop b7. Okay. So Black's just going to go bishop b7 and castles, and one of White's main ideas here is to go knight d1 and play c3. Try and play c3 to support the d4 pawn, be able to take back the pawn on d4. Black often then uses that moment to take on d4. Another key White plan that the Black's got to watch out for a lot, especially when you've gone bishop b7, is f4 to f5. Just breaking the king side open. And White's in general, White's going to be looking for some sort of kingside attack. But this pressure from Black on the centre is quite annoying. So quite tense positions. I always enjoyed playing these. I think I thought in the end that they were probably just a bit better for White. But yeah, I had very nice results with Black.
And
that looks like a bishop b5. Rossellino.
Yeah.
g6. No bishop takes c6, which is very popular, but c3. Okay. Knight f6, e5, knight d5. So it looks a little bit more like a c3 Sicilian, really.
Yeah, looks very much like a c3 Sicilian.
Although in a c3 Sicilian, you'd normally hit a knight on d5 with bishop c4, and here you've played bishop b5. But yeah, quite interesting. So bishop g7, d4 takes. Castles, and we're going to see. Black should be doing quite well here. In principle, Black's going to go d6 and just hit that center. You've got quite a lot of firepower against the e5 and d4 pawns. So I don't know what White's going to do here. Knight c3 maybe. maybe bishop c4. I don't know. Rook e1, but yeah, I don't know. You're going to get hit with d6 in the end.
Yeah.
I quite like black already, I have to say, but that's just me. I mean, just played Sicilians all this time, but I think certainly, White's got to be in this position just at this moment. White's got to be a bit accurate and work out, what is the response going to be to d6? Are you going to take on an IQP? Are you going to go for something else? You've got a few important decisions to take with White, and if you get them wrong, it could turn out quite nasty. Because those d4, those d4 e5 pawns, you're going to hit it with d6 and also maybe with queen b6 as well. And when you go d6, you've got bishop g4. So there's a lot of firepower heading towards those pawns. So yeah, you could just end up with a bad IQP position with White. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't think this is the normal crucial thing that White does in this position. So he's played knight c3 here, I can see. So that's probably the most sensible. I think after knight c3, b takes c3. If White goes d6, you'll play e takes d6, and claim that you've sort of supported your d4 pawn with a c pawn. And then you'll play rook e1 and try and put a bishop on a3 and claim some compensation there, for your slight pawn weaknesses, which is true. It's just a balanced position. Looks a little bit like a Grunfeld, really.
Okay, let's have a look at the women's event as well. Okay, Board 1, we have Anusha Subramanian against Alagamal. And
they've just started, I guess, haven't they, here? So we've just got a quiet King's Indian here, looks like.
Yeah, I think all the games start at the same time.
Okay.
Maybe one of them wasn't there.
They're just on a few of those boards, you've got quite a few moves somehow, whereas here we don't have many moves.
Maybe they were working out what to play.
So yeah, this is a very quiet system against the King's Indian. Normally you play e4, and here you've played e3, but not necessarily bad. You can play bishop b2 and then go b4, bishop b2, and go for a bit of queenside expansion like that. It's quite decent. It's like if black plays e5, it's like a King's Indian attack reverse, basically. Where White's taking the black side, but not bad at all for White.
Right. Okay, now Nina Pert against Lan Yao.
Looks like it's been sacrificed.
Yeah, let's see.
So the G3 system. This is what Mickey always played against me.
Okay.
It was always slightly annoying, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I think I played. Yeah, I even had this as White against Anish Giri in the last round of the London Classic Rapid.
Right.
Such a good tournament. I'd drawn with Vichy, Hikaru, beaten countless people as well, and unfortunately lost my last round, which knocked me out of the running for first place. Another one of those, terrible things that still wakes me up. But I'm not quite sure why I played G3. I didn't really know that much about it, apart from the fact that Mickey had done it against me. But when H5 happened in a rapid game, I didn't really react very well. It is a slightly scary move. So,
so imagine you could react with H3 as Nina has, or H4, or even just not react.
H4 is a bit risky because you've got black can play takes on d4 and bishop c5, and then you've got this pressure against g3 as well.
Yeah.
So it's all a little bit. Yeah, I mean, if you know it, then it's fine. But it's just it's easy to get a bit confused, as I certainly did against Anish.
Yeah.
So h3.
Thanks for the follow, Andy Straw.
And bishop c5. Okay, so here Nina took on c6.
Is there still these threats against g3 potentially?
Indeed.
So takes. And then
e5.
I thought she was going to go bishop f4, but I guess
would just be met by e5, I think.
E5.
So
Yeah.
this is just a pawn sack. Could this be Nina? Could this be some preparation of Richards for Nina? Because it's not.
No, he'll have his work cut out though, because they've only got 2 hours between the time when the game ends, and he's got to prep up Max and Nina and himself.
Indeed, it's just that this is quite a shocking pawn sacrifice. It's yeah. I mean, we're really just giving away a pawn for nothing there. So it's not something that you necessarily just do just like that.
Is it any good? I wonder.
I don't know. I mean, it might be theory. I mean, but I don't actually know. Shall I have a quick check?
Yeah.
I'm just intrigued a little bit, actually.
It's probably going to be in coffee house chess. Everything we don't expect in coffee house.
That could be true. Let me have a quick look whether the databases say anything about this. Bum, 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 bum.
Queen e2 and queen b4. I think we actually do have some extra moves.
Well, no, it looks like. Let me have a look. I'm just going to look at a few different. E5 looks like a novelty to me. I'll just have a look at my at some other databases. This is one of my my biggest ones, basically. Is let's have a look. Do we have any games here? Oh, 2 games. I've got quite strong players with white.
Yeah.
So well, I mean 2470. Arjun and Raja. Let me just have a quick check in my correspondence database to see whether we've got whether we've had any correspondence games, because that's always the one of the key tests of an opening.
But it might be she's just making it up.
It could well be. Could well be. No correspondence games, but there are 2 games by pretty decent white players. So we're following them at the moment. Queen takes e5. Yeah, bishop f4, and then queen b4. Now let me have a look. I think maybe that is queen b4 a novelty.
Okay.
Yeah, queen b4 is a novelty. Bishop e7 had been played before instead of queen b4. So bishop e7. Mm-hmm. I mean, basically, you're just trying to to free the path of this queen back, and here you've gone queen b4. But I think this is interesting. That there is definitely danger here because how would you want to do this? You're going to win a lot of space here. I mean, you could go, for example, a3 or something.
That's what Nina played, a3, and then Lanyao did not take on b2 because I suppose knight a4 might be.
Yeah, knight a4 is rather nasty. Probably after
but
queen.
She went back to b7.
Okay. Yeah, I mean now.
If white can get anything on d6, then that's a bit like what Hebden did to me.
Yeah.
But I don't see that white. I don't see that white can, but maybe.
No, I mean I'd probably be looking at something like bishop e5 here. Just put the bishop on e5 and then look to play knight e4 afterwards. I think there's quite pleasant compensation here. I mean, if you're there's another idea that might be fun as well, which is to play b4.
Yeah, b4 looks like a thing to try.
You can't actually, b4, and then after bishop e7 to play b5.
b5. Okay, takes.
And then knight takes b5.
Knight takes, and then probably stop taking at that point. And then you might get into d6 like Hebden did.
Yeah, I mean, I'm throwing knight c7, so you go castle kingside basically, and then I go knight d6.
But then you get your knight d6.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how crucial that is. It's always the thing. Is this a really good thing to have, or is it just fine? I'm not sure. I'd need to think about it a bit more. But
you'd have to move the queen.
Yeah, maybe queen a6 or something.
A6, and then you kind of Maybe
I'll maybe play c4.
see, it's better for black than what I got against Hebden, because this bishop can at least come out to a6 at some point.
Yeah, we might play c4 in this position.
c4, yeah.
But then there's going to start being stuff like knight d5, for example. Who knows?
Yeah.
Not sure. I mean, I could take on d5 with the bishop and go queen takes h5, for example. But no, sorry, that wouldn't work because after cd, the knight on d6 is hanging. No, scratch that idea. But yeah, maybe after knight d5 we go bishop e5. But yeah, there's stuff like f6. I don't know. I mean, quite complicated as well. I'm not 100% sure that this the getting the knight on d6 is really great in this position.
My feeling is this is still going to be pretty good for black.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think this b4 b5 idea is so great.
Yeah, we've got a bit more moves.
Rook d1 played. That's
D1,
fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, so she's also looking at d6, I think.
Yeah. But I guess that black is going to play d5 now, I think.
Yes. Yeah, that kind of at least cuts out that problem, doesn't it?
And then the question is,
you can't take a sack on d5, can you? Like d5, can you go knight takes? Is this too?
No, not enough. We got too much on it, really.
Too many.
But bishop e5, bishop e5 again is quite reasonable. It's not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some long-term pressure for white. I mean, there's definitely long-term pressure, but it's not. Yeah, black's also not doing badly. I mean, in general terms, you've got a pawn and quite a strong center with black. You're not going to complain too much.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. I think sharp game.
Interesting. All right, let's see. Julie O against May Cataby.
Ooh, okay.
No, an f4 Sicilian. I like these. F4 Sicilian, e6, knight f3, and d5.
Okay, and then e5 from Julie. Now, normally you go bishop b5 in these lines, and try and give the double pawns, and then play d3, and then play against the weak pawn on c5. E5 looks a little bit like a French, only bishop d7 played, and d3 now. Yeah, okay, just it's sort of a quiet Frenchy sort of thing. Yeah. I mean, after knight e7. Bishop e2. I might have been tempted to play g3, to be honest, and play bishop g2 or even bishop a3 afterwards. That would probably be more my favourite. This is a little bit passive from white. Not bad, but just not really putting black under a lot of pressure in the opening. But yeah, just early days so far. But in principle, black's quite comfortable.
Sure. Okay. And let's see, Aga against Sarah. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6.
Okay, so we just got a quiet sort of Queen's Gambit position.
Yeah.
Okay, and
okay, she takes on c6. And black takes on c3. So we're getting lots of things swapped. We take on d8, yes.
Rook d8, and then b takes c3, and b takes c6.
Yeah.
And in principle, it should be quite pleasant for black, really.
Black should be happy enough with the bishops, I guess.
Yeah, 2 bishops, light squares.
Yeah. Okay, castles. Bishop a6.
Yeah, one thing I would have done quickly with black would be to try and get in c5. So move the bishop back from c5 and play, c5 to take away d4 from the white knight.
Yeah,
that would have been very sensible, I think. Just as a starting. So maybe play bishop f8. And after knight d4, play c5. And I do think that black should be a little bit better here, or maybe quite seriously better. But But okay, we'll have a look. Knight d4. Now it starts getting a little bit irritating, really. That knight on d4. It would have been great to just sidestep that and yeah,
It's a
be able to.
nice knight there, isn't it, on d4?
Yeah, no, that's right. So rook d6. That's a little bit awkward. Now we've got knight b3. Yeah. Now White's got has sort of repaired any problems that White had really, because knight b3 now.
Yeah.
Bishop goes back. We get bishop a3, so we've got some control of c5.
Right.
So we've stopped c6 to c5, rook
Yeah.
d8, and rook d1. So yeah, it's just equal now. I mean, probably bishop c4 would be a good idea for black. Oh, wow.
We've got a few more moves. That was rook d8, rook there.
Yeah, that wasn't necessary really. I mean, you can make these exchanges, but you could also make the opponent make the exchanges and play a useful move, on top. And I think that bishop c4 instead of rook d1 would have been a very nice idea, simply on move 17, just to play bishop c4, get the bishop active, and and wait to see what just bishop c4 here, and I think black's still a little bit better actually.
Yeah.
So.
So how do you think of this endgame? Is it just quite balanced?
Yeah, it's still fairly balanced, it must be said. Yeah, there's not much happening really. So the only thing is that black might find it a touch difficult to get the king involved.
Yeah.
Just because that bishop on a3 is cutting across, but still, it shouldn't be too bad.
We're gonna head to the Oscar Hackner game in a moment. We'll just finish the last board on the women's, and then we're gonna look at the risky Steiner variation. White -7 after 16 moves. That sounds like White might have gone wrong along the way there. So let's see Megana Mohan against Elise Dyson.
So Catalan and bishop b7. Yeah, in principle, this should be quite pleasant for black. This is, black's managed to oppose that light square bishop on g2 and should just get in c5 now. So basically, you can't ask for much more from a Queen's Gambit sort of opening, really.
c5 she plays.
Indeed.
Bishop takes.
Rook c8, we gain a few tempi. Be careful where you put the queen. Ooh, that's risky. Putting the knight in front of the...
Yes, we're a bit pinned as white here.
Indeed.
Knight e5, bishop b2.
Oh, God, black went for it straight away. Really tried to exploit that straight away. It might even work, actually. My goodness.
Well, you might as well go for it. Here takes.
Took on c3, took on then bishop d4, I guess.
d4. And
my goodness me, that's really working. It's just winning.
Success already.
Wow.
It shows how careful you have to be in these openings, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Quiet opening like the Catalan, and yeah, within 16 moves, you're losing a piece. It's incredible.
So I guess the thing is, it's this dangerous move, isn't it? With the when you're pinned. Yeah. Well, just the self pin here, knight c3, very dangerous.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's a sort of move that really. I think it's with experience.
You can calculate and you think it's okay, but there could always be something.
Yeah, I think an experienced player would basically sort of say at the end, "Oh, even if I think I'm sort of surviving, just let's not do that."
Because an accident might happen somewhere along the way.
Yeah, but nicely calculated by black. That's, and probably just castle queenside now. You'll give back 1 pawn. You'll lose 1 pawn, but that's fine. And
yes. Okay, let's head to the Hackner game where we think something has happened, as pass pawn has tipped us off. That's this game here. Where did we get to?
It was this. So
somewhere around here.
White king f1. When king f1, yes.
King f1 happened. Okay.
Bishop e6 played. Bishop e6. Okay, d4, and now, I guess that d5 was probably rather suicidal. So bishop e3. I might have wanted to throw in bishop g5. Actually, I have to say, in general, just to and after f6, go bishop e3. Just sort of stop. I don't know. I have a feeling that it's sort of stopping black from doing more, from getting pieces developed. I'm not sure though. In principle, yeah, this does look quite nice for black, I have to say. So so bishop e3 played, and knight d5.
Rook c1.
Ooh, that's
Oh,
brave.
it doesn't look like -7 yet.
Well, I think e3 is hanging, isn't it? So you've
Oh,
got knight takes e3 and bishop b3, and then queen takes e3, I think.
yeah. There it goes.
Right.
That rook needs to move.
King f2. Ooh, a
Actually,
knight.
it does look really bad now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really gone. It's completely gone. After knight d4, we're clearing the path for the bishop to c5 as well. So, oh, this is horrific. Yeah, this is really horrific.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Hard luck, David. I don't think
Opening.
this is not going to last too long, I don't think.
Right. I'm going to head back to top board. Hebs. Borna.
Hebs has got his beloved exchange Slav.
Yes. So now, where did we get up to before? It wasn't very far, was it? Because we were.
No. We just saw d4, I think.
Fine.
Yeah, so Hebs has done this for donkey's years. He's really had many games in this. Scored pretty well, actually. Really scored very well with this. They're just quite tricky lines, really, and you know, basically White just drains all the play out of the position, and you know, if Black doesn't quite get it right, then Black just ends up with basically just fighting for a draw. You know, and White's got White's got very little to worry him, really. So. Yeah, so this is quite, but yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just looking ahead. I've seen this many times, so let's just keep on going. Queen c7, bishop d2. Hebs loves this maneuver. He goes when you go bishop d6, he goes bishop b4 to swap off the bishops.
Right.
And then looks at you like he's achieved a big, huge thing by swapping off your good bishop. So bishop b4. That's slightly unusual. Bishop b4. So queen b4, queen c6. He's going to throw in knight e5. Rook c1
so is this loads better for White then?
Not sure. It's quite subtle. Which ones are really good and which ones are not so good. I can't really tell you just quickly like that. But there is a definite potential for Black just being completely lost in these sort of things. Yeah. So knight rook c1 played, and I would have thought that I would be rook c7. That feels wrong. Knight b5 played, takes, and queen a2. I would expect this to be really very strong for White here. I mean, you've got stuff like knight d6 takes f7. These sort of threats in there. Your rook's going to head for the 7th rank. You've got ideas even like f3, g4, and h4 to try and trap that bishop. I mean, I would knight d6. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, f3 was sort of interesting me, I have to say, with White. Just to take away the e4 square and just threaten g4 and h4 and keep all the threats in reserve. But that was one move. But knight d6 is pretty good too, I would have thought.
So he's looking to just capture, is he, here on f7?
Well, I mean, that's one threat already, because after rook f7, you've got rook c8.
Yes.
So already, and I mean, you're also just looking at playing queen takes b7, for example, and then knight f7 will also work. So, in principle, I think Black's in huge trouble here.
Gosh.
And it's not particularly clear how you're going to.
So how old is Hebs now? I'm just going to look him up.
62, I think, 63.
63. He was born in 1958.
Oh, good lord! Maybe
6-4. Because he just won the English over 50s. It'd be funny, wouldn't it, if he won the over 50s and the main English in the same year?
That would be funny. Yeah.
It would be very nice, actually, perhaps.
Yeah, this is it's a bit
Although
tricky.
he's not, I think he's not the top. He's dropped a draw, hasn't he? It must be. Oh no, is Borno
No,
dropped a
2.5
draw?
out of 3 is the top score. 2.5 out of 3 is the top score now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
everyone's dropped a draw.
Lots of people like that. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's still yeah. This is the fourth round, of course. A lot still to happen. I think.
Yeah. I think. Who do you think's the favourite? I was before the tournament. I was thinking perhaps Marcus Harvey might have a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole group, isn't there? Really, I mean, Marcus Harvey, Richard Pert, you definitely got to mention Peter Wells,
Yeah.
Matthew Wadsworth.
Yeah.
Is maybe a tad too solid for, but yeah, if the winning score is not super high, then someone like Matthew is going to not lose many games and win a few, and all that might well come through as well. There's a whole group of players like that.
What about Keith or Hebs?
Yeah, Keith or Hebs. I mean, obviously, both quite very good chances as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
Peter
Sheldon
Rowe.
Freud is suggesting knight e4 in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I think something. It's why I wanted to play f3 just to remove any chance of that. Question is now, what sort of amazing ideas might we have with? I mean, knight.
Click on f5, right, and then the pawns.
Yeah, I mean, I can take on f5. That's possible. I can take on f7 as well. With
okay,
either with either knight. Yeah, with either knight.
Oh, there's still the same trick.
I mean, there's also a move like knight c8 as well. Because I'm sort of wondering, how do you deal with this threat?
Like that? Oh, or
Yeah.
you want to take... Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to go knight e7 and then knight g6.
Right. Yeah.
And the point is, if you go something like h6, to avoid that knight g6, I just go knight e7 and then knight takes f5.
Yeah.
Which is quite annoying. But you've got to be a bit careful though, because for example, if I went h6, let's just say for argument's sake, knight e7 check, king h7, knight f5, then I've got rook c8 in this position.
Oh. Rook c8.
Which is rather irritating. And you're going to, you're just regretting not having given your king some air with f3. Is what I'm.
Yeah.
And this is going to be fine for black because you'll take on f5 afterwards. Is it going to be fine for black? Well, still a little bit ropey, maybe. I mean, you could put the rook on f1, and after e takes f5, you go queen b7. But yeah, maybe not lost for black yet. It's some definite chances. So knight c8 would be a nice idea. What else could we do? Could we do anything better after knight e4? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I mean, knight d takes f7, for example, looks quite nice. And the problem is, you'd like to play a move like a5 really to try and chase the queen away, but then I've just got queen takes b7. So
yeah.
Not again, not scary at all, really. Yeah, I don't know. Probably just taking on f7 is pretty sensible. I suppose what you could do. Oh, I'm trying to find a mate. Oh, so close and yet not quite there. Yeah, I mean, what you could do after knight takes f7 like that is maybe go bishop g6.
Okay.
Take
it, maybe.
takes is possible. I was actually quite keen on knight d7, I have to say. So I'm threatening queen f8, and if you go rook takes f7, I've got rook c8 check still.
Yeah.
So you go rook e8, and then I go knight fe5. And I've got you completely under control there. You've been pushed away from the f-file. I'll go f3, and yeah, you must just be lost there, basically. So, yeah, this looks very unpleasant. This looks very, very difficult for black.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, probably marks on the way, I think, to victory. I suppose the only... I mean, maybe black could play b6. Would that be possible?
b6 here?
Yeah. Just to stop queen b7 and maybe to try and get in queen a5 to be able to swap off the queens.
Can we still take on f7?
You can, but then I'll go queen a5, for example.
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. We got queen f8. We got queen f8.
Queen f8.
Oh no, we haven't. We haven't. Sorry, I'm hallucinating completely. Yeah, queen e7. Queen e7. I want to go queen d2. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not saying it's, but I think queen e7, queen d2 is quite annoying, really. But probably queen e7 is the best move.
We have to take the queen then.
Yeah, if you take the queen, I'm going to get in rook b8 at some stage to to attack the pawn on b2, and I'm just sort of wondering. I mean, it's not pretty or anything, but I'm just wondering: are we going to be able to maybe stagger out and get a bit of counterplay? I'm not sure. Maybe you just take the queen and go knight d6. Maybe.
Well, what if you take the queen here, and then you just go like that?
Yeah, I'll go rook b8, I suppose.
Because you're not threatening.
No, I'm not threatening to take, but I mean, I will go. I suppose I'll go.
I'll take that. I'm just going to keep taking stuff.
Saying I'm going to go. Okay, I'll go bishop g6. Let's do that.
Bishop g6. All right. I'll still keep taking stuff.
Okay.
You've got some trick.
b2 now.
You're going to take there now. All right. Where's my checkmate? Not the one that checkmates me. I mean the other way around. I better play h4.
Well, maybe f3. Maybe f3 would be better.
Yeah.
Just to cover knight e4 and all that.
All right.
I mean, you can go f3 and then go knight g5 afterwards. So that's probably quite, again, very strong for f3, hg, and then knight g5.
Yeah, because then that does threaten back rank, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is probably quite nasty. So, yeah, I mean, black's just in trouble. I think, has black played b6?
He has played it. Bourne has played b6. Yes. Oh, okay, but it's different position. b6 he played now.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's various things here. So we were looking at simply knight takes f7. Now that was quite. Oh yeah, but that was the other idea. Is it any good? I mean, what I could do. I mean, another idea would be to play knight c6, which kind of gives you a little bit of a thrill. Because I'm toppling queen a5 actually, and I'm threatening knight e7 and knight f7 check. That's the idea. So, but you could go. So you could play a move like h6, I suppose, or h5.
Can you still do it? Knight e7.
Yeah, it would be king h7. You've got too much on that long diagonal. That rook on h8 is unprotected, but you can't actually get at it. I'm not sure whether this is maybe not leading anywhere.
What if you just take?
Yeah, we can take. E takes f5. We could go knight takes d5 maybe. D5 maybe is better.
Yeah.
And then we take on f6 and give you triple pawns. But
Triple
it's not.
pawns.
it's not totally lost yet. I mean,
Yeah,
but I think there's going to be definitely plenty of ways in which white is going to be doing pretty well. I'm not 100% sure. I was just wondering if you take on. We were saying knight takes f7.
yeah.
Uh,
After
if we,
A5. Sorry, B6 was B6.
b6.
Let's see if I can find B6 again. There's B6.
So we're saying knight d takes f7.
Yeah. Do you want to look at that? Knight D F7.
Yeah, and then I suppose maybe a5 is possible.
Hi, Waterford Wizard. Did you say
What
A5? Yes.
a5? Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming there isn't. Is there checkmates? There isn't any checkmates because black can always interpose with a knight. So what if we just take?
Yeah, then I'll take on f7.
Yeah.
Which is a bit annoying. There's no actual. You're not far from mate, but the problem is your weak dark back rank is kind of making some problems there. I'd be tempted actually maybe after b6 just to go f3, to be honest. So just to play f3 here,
Yeah.
and then just again tie black down, and then we'll see. Because I mean we start getting ideas like rook c7 as well now, and I think that would probably be my. It's quite a. Oh, Mark's played knight c8. He's done it.
Okay, let's do it.
But now we go h6.
H6.
Knight e7 check. King h7. Knight f5. Rook c8.
Knight f5. Rook c8. This one again.
Yeah.
And you want f3 in.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because you played b6, it's also stopped queen b7. So, after rook f1 or something like that, you go e takes f5, and yeah, I mean, it's actually not so bad for black. This, and maybe you go queen e7, or white certainly isn't worse or anything. I mean, it's probably maybe is white still better? I'm not 100% sure. Maybe queen e7. But I mean, I think you go queen b2 then, for example, queen f7, and then rook c1, and I'd be amazed if there's more than a draw for white there. Queen g6, and probably king g8, queen f7 is just a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think this. I mean, knight c8 was very, very tempting, but I do think that just the quiet, controlled f3, approach, just to make sure we got no back rank threats and just let black sort of suffer. I think that was probably going to be the best way to do it. So I do wonder whether. Well, I mean, it all depends now whether Mark's opponent finds this resource.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything else for white. I don't think. I think whatever you do, you've always got this rook c8 resource. So just with a weak back rank. So yeah. So h6, and I think that's Black goes h6, and he's found the key idea there.
Can we just do f3 now?
We could do f3 now. What we could do though is now go something like rook e8, for example. I mean, they might be better, but basically, after you go knight e7, I go king h7. There's no mate threat anymore. You can take on f7. That's absolutely true. So there's definitely white initiative still, I think, but it's but on the other hand, I don't know. Maybe I go a5 here now, and then you're a little bit stuck because you've got to defend e7 and b2.
Yeah.
If you go queen d6, I go queen takes b2. Well, you can go rook c7. I mean, it's a little bit messy, right? And I've just basically got no idea what's going
Wouldn't
on.
we better be better off instead of f3 to just like have h3 or h4 in?
Yeah, I mean, I want to stop knight e4. Really, that's my key point. That's why I'm playing f3. But yeah, I mean, might not be the best. But yeah, I don't know. It's just if you had a pawn on h3 rather than f3, I'd be threatening knight e4 in this position, hitting
okay, yeah,
and d6. Or I'd even have queen takes f2 check and knight e4 check. So,
well, it's defended though. Queen's defended on d6.
Yeah, but when I take on d6, you take back on d6. I go rook e7, and the knight on e7 is hanging. So
yeah.
Oh, he's gone g6 actually. Oh god, that's even cleverer probably. I'm
g6, yes.
Only now maybe f3 starts being quite interesting. So, I mean, you're threatening g4 now, which is quite nasty. So probably, although I suppose you could meet g4 with bishop b1. That's possible. Not sure about it though. Probably you go h5 just to stop that.
Yeah.
And now we've got to have a little think about how we're going to do that. I mean, the king looks very, very exposed after g6, I have to say. I mean, rook c7 looks could maybe be interesting.
Or what, threatening queen?
Well, I mean, we've got knight e7 and then knight takes g6 after. That's a possible threat.
Yeah.
And you basically you are just lining up and being nasty. I don't think that queen f8 is unfortunately not yet a threat, but you never know.
Yeah.
Maybe one day. I mean, this could be quite unpleasant. It's a bit hard to you don't really have any checks, with black. So
yeah,
it's yeah, probably still nasty. I think h6 was better, to be honest. I think because it still gave you that possibility of defending everything with bishop g6, and yeah, the bishop was less blocked, I think. But
yeah,
okay,
all right, we're going to move on now, and we'll come back definitely to this one. So Matthew Wadsworth.
Oh, good. This is a very, very typical position.
So we only got sort of somewhere just at the start, didn't we?
Yeah, I've played this with black quite a few times actually. So c5, and then it's just a reverse modern Benoni. This was in your Ramirez DVD, Natasha.
Yes.
You never liked it as white.
What, b4?
No, playing e3.
Yeah, that's all right.
So
that's what I always used to do before I got the Ramirez DVD.
So knight c6, chop, or d3 first. Yeah, bishop d6. This is a line I always played with black, just to control e5. Had quite a few games when I was living in Holland with Dimitri Reindeman, Dutch grandmaster, pretty strong, 2600. And yeah, we had a lot of games in these systems. In general, I was doing quite well. And also had a lot of training games against my engines in this line. And I did a bit.
I don't want to interrupt your flow, but Hebs has played h3 as his move.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
Takes. Bishop g5. So yeah, black would probably play h6 next. So this dark square bishop is often the problem. There's like light square bishop in the Mon Benoni. Got a few too many pieces for your position. So you exchange off this one. h6 takes. Often wondered about g takes f6 actually, but never really could be asked to play it in the end. And now this is quite interesting. I mean, I always preferred to play the queen back to d8 and meet something like knight e4 with bishop e7, because I felt that that most of black's counterplay was going to take, most of white's play was taking place on the dark squares on the queen side. So I wanted to keep a bishop pointing towards it. I thought that this was less good, putting the bishop to c7, to be honest. So, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, my experience setting against my engines was that this could go wrong quite quickly for white, for black rather.
Matthew hasn't gone ahead and put his knight in on e4 yet.
No, but I think it's coming. So rook e1, that's quite good. a3,
yeah,
a5, and now knight e4 played. Bishop c7, c5, bishop d7, knight d2. So yeah, Matthew aiming there for knight c4 into d6, and knight e5 played. Queen e2. This is quite sharp.
We have a little bit more. Bishop c6.
Gone bishop c6. Okay. Let's have a look. This is maybe quite skillful from black, just to regroup like this, because now this knight on e5 is coming back to d7, and that will not be a bad defensive structure, it must be said.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, now black is a very skillful Barbican player, James Jackson.
Indeed, and the Barbican players are renowned for being skillful.
Indeed.
There is none more skillful than the Barbican player.
Exactly.
Let's have a look. I mean, knight d6 is kind of interesting, maybe.
Here, knight d6.
Just sort of wondering, what's the idea? What's black's idea against this?
Take it.
Well, then I'll take it.
Take. Oh, then you're going to end up taking this
knight on e5, indeed.
All right. All right. Fine. Let's do something else.
So, it's a little bit awkward because b7's actually going to end up hanging somehow. I'm not sure actually. How do you avoid losing a pawn? I mean, maybe what you can do, maybe just go bishop g2.
Yep.
And then after king g2, you go knight c6. The idea being, if knight b7, I go rook db8. Queen e4, I've got queen d7, and eventually I'll pick up b2.
Yeah.
But it's not 100% clear, I have to say, because, for example, if I could go queen e4, queen d7, knight d6, rook b2, and knight dc4. Now I'm threatening knight e5 as well here, actually, which is quite irritating. So you've probably got to go rook b8, back to b8. But then I go rook b1 or something, maybe, and, well, I'm assuming that white's going to be better here. Looks like it anyway, And it's not the only way of playing, just... So, I mean, instead of taking on b7, I could just play my knight to c4 immediately, for example. So, I wonder, actually. Just wonder whether this move knight d6 is just very simple, and or am I missing something stupid?
Let's see again then. Knight d6.
You seem cheered by the idea that I might have missed something stupid.
I didn't think it was at all possible.
My goodness. I mean, I could try knight d7, I suppose. with the idea of if knight takes b7, then you take on b7. Bishop takes b7, then rook b8. If I go c6, then you go knight c5.
Okay, and that bishop's kind of shut out of the game by its own pawn.
Yeah, and you're just aiming to take on b7 and win the pawn back. It's not. Yeah, I mean, again, queen f3, might be just a little bit annoying. You might sort of wonder a little bit. Matthew's played knight d6 actually.
He has done it now. Yeah.
Queen f3. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can take on b7 and then go bishop d6, for example, and maybe you're just fine. But it's a little bit fraught. It's black's got black.
I was going to suggest rook d5, but the problem with that is you can just go queen takes d5 straight away.
Indeed.
So you wouldn't want to do that.
No, I mean, I think you want to take on b7 and go bishop d6. Maybe you're just getting out of it there. Maybe you're going to end up getting your pawn back. But it's a little bit fraught. I mean, black's the one having to make the difficult, complicated decisions and try and be sure that it's all working. So, I think knight d6 is definitely a good attempt.
Yeah. Okay, and so that's where they're at now. He's played it, Matthew Wadsworth. And James Jackson is going to have a think about what to do next.
Indeed.
So while he does, let's look at Marcus Harvey against Gautham Shin Bagakumar, who I did look up for. He's a young player, doing really well.
Okay. Marcus is looking in complete control here. In all fairness, looking very, very strong for white. I mean, two bishops. Lots of control of the light squares.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, clear to winning advantage, really, you would say. So, yeah, I mean, basically, probably white's just going to double up on the d file and then crawl in the light squares with something like queen c4 to e6 or something, yeah, I mean, just looks awesomely good for white.
Okay.
He's played rook d3 there, so yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah. Rook d3. Yeah. He's just going to double up.
Yeah, going to double up, and obviously black's got a few problems. I mean, if the bishop moves from d6, white could even just win a pawn with g takes f4. So, but if you go f takes g3, then yeah, your pawn structure for black is looking very ragged. I'm not quite sure. Maybe even play f takes g3. Get
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I mean, hg is also not stupid, but this is probably quite nice as well.
Looks nice, doesn't it? This.
It does look nice, and
because you can go bishop g5 maybe or something.
Yeah, you got all sorts. Yeah, you got all sorts. g4, g5. So yeah, looking very, very promising for white there.
All righty. And Jonah Willow against Richbert.
Oh, we've basically got a dragon here.
Okay.
Actually, it was a dragon. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a Najdorf, but
we only got this far, didn't we? So let's see. Yes. One of the poets write about the dragon.
I was wondering the same thing actually, but I'm not sure.
I know they wrote it. They wrote about that at black opening, black defense to d4, whose name I can't
Ragazin, indeed.
Ragazin, indeed.
Your favourite opening?
I learnt it. Didn't really play it.
You were really keen on what Ramirez said about the opening. That even if you got it all wrong, you were still going to make a draw. That was the.
Yeah, but even if you got it all right, it was still only going to be a draw.
that was the.
It didn't matter whether you got it right or wrong, which I quite liked, but it was still going to be a draw.
Yeah, it was. That was a funny DVD. That was really quite.
I prefer his DVD on the Reti.
On the Reti, yeah, no, it's true. The Ragazin one was quite funny from that point of view. But the Reti one is really nice. Some nice ideas.
Very good. Yeah.
So yeah, we've basically just got a dragon, haven't we? Really, with black sacked the exchange on c3. White's done quite a bit of good business by swapping off the dark square bishop, so going to be harder to get mated. Yeah. What's black going to do? Probably rook c8, maybe a5. Try and do something like that, or maybe throw in a knight c4 somewhere. Also possible. It's I find it hard to assess really. I mean, I'm sort of thinking that White's just the exchange up here really, but there is obviously
White will get some moves in between as well. Is White gonna do that?
I think it's going to be a bit slow, to be honest.
Yeah.
But maybe Black's not that fast either. So, now, I mean, knight c4, you can just meet that with queen c1. So that's perfectly fine. So we don't need to worry about that. I mean, there is a threat at the moment of knight takes f3, funnily enough. Even.
We better play. Let's do that and move in between. Just
yeah. For example, I think this would probably be. It's certainly conceivable anyway. So I'll take on g4. You go queen d3, and then I'll take and go knight takes c4.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
Well, no, yeah, you're piece up with White. So how many pawns you got? 3 with Black. Doesn't look so bad.
We've got to defend that. We've got to defend that.
Queen maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's not so bad for White.
Then they can line up again.
Yeah, but the knight on e4 is hanging. That's the.
They better not do that then.
That was the cunning point of your defence.
Very true. Very true.
So, yeah, you're going to get him bishop d3 after. Yeah, maybe it's not so great this actually. So maybe, but it's going to be an idea somewhere. If you had your rook already on c8, of course, it would be completely winning. So might be interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Black should play a move. Maybe White should just play a something a bit quieter with like king a1 or something. Just get out of the way of knight c4. Make sure you can always just.
Hang on, isn't knight c4? Oh, knight c4. You just take it.
I can just take it now because I've moved out of the way. And if you go a5, then I go queen c1 and just swap off the queens like that.
Yeah.
Oh, but then f3 would be hanging. Maybe I should go bishop e2 then. Maybe that's the way to start.
Instead of king a1.
Yeah, let's go bishop e2. Defend the pawn on f3.
Yeah.
If knight c4, I'll go queen c1. That's that's perfectly fine. And then if you move the queen back, then I can take on c4. That's no problem. And if you go on if you play a move like a5, then I'll go queen c1 and swap off queens anyway. So maybe you go rook c8. Maybe after bishop e2, Black goes rook c8. That's probably quite natural. Hit the pawn on c3, and yeah, then we have to decide what we're going to do. Yeah, g5 is not so stupid, of course. Just to chase away the knight like that. Yeah, I just want to play a move like f4 then, really. You've got to watch out then. Knight c4 is going to be, again, you're running into this trick.
Maybe
I should throw in a king a1 somewhere if I want to do.
This one you have to take it, don't you?
Yeah. Really? Well, yeah, but then everything's going to fall apart there.
We're going to go horribly wrong.
So I mean, I'd want to have my king on a1 really. I mean, maybe king a1, maybe. Yeah, maybe a move like rook d4 as well is possible as well. I think starting with bishop e2 is quite a good idea, and then just try and work out after rook c8 what your consolidating move is going to be.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Xavier against Peter.
Yeah, so Peter's doing fairly well. A little bit of a random position, really. Um,
I
it sort
wonder
of,
if this rook's going to do anything.
yeah, that's in principle, I sort of feel that White hasn't been very ambitious in this opening, and Black's taken quite a bit of space. But there's a few loose bits, like C5 is hanging or stuff like that, and you're sort of wondering, is something going to happen somewhere unexpected? But maybe not. Maybe it's just a case of. I mean, the other thing as well is that Black's, king side is quite advanced, but there's not very many pieces covering it. Just really the bishop on f6. So, but on the other hand, from the White point of view, there's not many White pieces attacking it really. So, but maybe actually something like knight e2 is quite interesting. Just trying to play knight e2 to g3 to h5. That could maybe be. And I mean, with knight e2, it gives you the possibility of playing, bishop c3, for example, just to try and swap off those dark square bishops.
Yeah.
That would also be possible. That's probably quite a nice move. I suppose you could also maybe think about knight d1.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I mean, the knight might come to e3 or f2 and then support g4, for example. But that's really.
So Black's played queen d7 actually.
Oh, it was Black's move. Okay.
Black's move, yeah.
Yeah, but I think knight e2 is still probably a decent idea there.
Yeah.
And obviously bishop b2, I've got rook b1 most probably. I mean, you can go knight a4, but who knows? I can't believe that that would be that would be any good. So yeah, so probably. I mean, I don't think you can really take on b2, and yeah, and then we've got ideas like bishop c3 or knight g3 to h5. That looks, looks like a plan at least.
Yeah.
Wow, what are you clicking, Natasha?
I'm just trying to get rid of the arrows. Oh, now I've moved the queen. That wasn't. I was just trying to get rid of the arrows.
Well, just go back a few moves because we're.
Yeah. Okay, let's see the next one because this is Jacob Boswell against Keith.
Well, this is very solid.
Keith's got the same pawn structure. Oh, sorry, no. Jacob's got Keith's pawn structure. That's what he's doing. He's trying to take Keith on in his own game.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this is quite pleasant for White, really. Should be a slight advantage. Because you're going to be able to play bishop e2, get rid of that knight on c4, and then the c6 pawn will be a bit weak. So a slight advantage for White, basically, this position. So we'll see how Keith does, how Keith grinds. This will be a game that's measured in.
I wonder what he will do. Do you think he's even going to take off rooks? Because he likes his rooks, does Keith?
Well, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it's a little bit awkward. Black can't move the queen from B to B6, for example, because we take on F6 and go knight D7. So there's a few little annoying trickeroonies in the position. I don't really know. Yeah, not very thrilled with Black's position, I have to say.
I think he'll want to gang up on that B pawn. Like maybe, is it too much to kind of just give away the A file and just go like rook?
You could do. It's a little bit risky. I mean, I could always go rook FB1 if I want to, and there's other stuff like rook A7 that you have to consider carefully as well. I don't know. I just think Black's just a bit worse, really. So not quite sure really what Black should do. Maybe a move like could go rook A1 and knight E8, for example. That might be.
Oh, what, and try and get it in on d6.
Yeah, that might be sensible, actually. I think maybe rook a1, and then knight e8 might be a decent idea.
Yeah.
Because if you go bishop f4, then I go g5, which might enable me to pick up the bishop even. You never know. Because bishop e5, I take on c5, and then I go f6. So so that looks pretty good. So this wouldn't really be what white wants. And if you take on e7, queen e7, then I'm going to get in knight ed6 afterwards. So if you go bishop e2, I go knight ed6. So that's not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm covering everything. The only thing I'm a tad worried about is that instead of bishop e2, probably don't throw those moves in. We just go rook a6 instead of bishop.
Say rook a6, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm wondering a little bit how I'm going to defend this this c6 pawn.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it would be yeah. You're never quite sure, really. You know, whether playing this way, playing knight ed6, and then maybe playing a move like g6 afterwards, and you're just going to claim, yeah, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I've got counterplay, or I've got some play basically. I don't know whether that's claimable. I'm not quite sure how. It could well be that Black's position is just actually rather awkward. And that you should be taking some sort of clear action straight away, which might well involve just sacking a pawn and getting your pieces active. I'm not 100% sure, really. I think white's nicely better. I think Keith would be very, very happy with the white pieces, put it that way.
Yes. Okay, let's see Peter Wells against Shreyas.
Ooh, this is...
They haven't played terribly many moves so far.
No, well, Peter hasn't played many moves.
Yes.
So... yeah, I mean, Peter always takes these things as a challenge. He's looking always for concrete ways to play. He's played b3 here, which is quite interesting. Interesting question really is what is white planning against c takes b3? I guess knight takes c7. Well, are you? Yeah, probably. And then bishop a6.
Yeah.
Then castles. Not sure really. That pawn on b3 is a little bit. Is obviously quite loose, but I'm not 100% sure how you go about exploiting that comfortably. Maybe queen c3. It's possible. Maybe setting up some sort of pin possibilities.
Rook b8.
Possible. Rook b8. Yeah. Maybe I throw in bishop b5.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I could even go queen b3. I mean, there's no. I don't see how you're exploiting that discovered attack either. So maybe something like queen c3 is quite interesting there. I don't know. I don't think you can do very much. I mean, I could go rook b8 instead of castling kingside in that line. I suppose I could go rook b8.
So rook b8 here.
Just the idea is to make queen c3 with knight d5. That would be the idea, just b3 is defended. But I could go bishop b5 beforehand. No, not now, because hanging, but
So here.
Yeah. With the threat of d5 followed by knight d4, so you've got to, you've got to really do something about it. I mean, could go a6 here. That's possible. Just and bishop a6, then I go something like castles, for example.
Yeah.
I've given away a pawn, but I've got myself active. Not sure. It's quite sharp. Quite sharp. This very, very hard to assess. Shreyas has played c takes b3. I think it was more or less unless there was something really, really good, really unusual for black, then I think it was it was the most obvious move.
Yeah.
I mean, the only other move I was thinking of instead of going c takes b3 was to go bishop b4, which I was sort of wondering about. This was also possible.
Bishop c4.
B4.
Bishop b4 here.
Yeah. And then white would play queen g5 most probably. C takes b3 now, maybe. I was sort of wondering how this might be.
If you go queen, you take on g7.
Yeah, then I could go castles. I mean, you've got knight a7s or knight d6. I don't know. I'm really not sure.
Yeah.
It looks a bit ropey for black, I have to say. So probably c takes b3 is better. Oh, we've got the line that we said.
Move. So Peter did indeed
take
on. So I'll just show you. So we had cb3, and he did take. Yeah, and we've got castles in. And
they've got castles. Okay, yeah, I'm wondering about that castles move, but as I said, queen c3, I think is the move that I would want to play as white.
Here, yeah.
I think that's good. Sort of surprisingly awkward for black, but maybe you just go knight d5 here. Maybe just give up this pawn, knight d5, queen b3, and then rook b8. Because bishop b5, there's a6, and maybe it's not easy for you to put your queen somewhere. Well, maybe go to d1, for example. But you would have thought somehow that there would be, the black's got some play at least for the maybe rook fd8 is a simple idea, and just wait to see what what white is going to come up with. That might be sensible.
All right.
Yeah, not so bad, really. Not so bad.
Let's also check in on Adam Ashton and Indy Southcott Moyers.
Oh, sharp.
Oh, this pawn's on h4 here as well, attacking the knight.
Oh, are we going to get a sack, though?
Now, which sack are we going to get? What, rook f6 sack?
Oh, we've got a few possibilities, with or without d6 included. But rook f6 and knight f5 check are both possibilities.
So let's try knight f5 check straight away.
Yeah.
Takes queen g5.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, Adam's going to have no pieces left by the time we finished.
By the time we finish, exactly. King h8, I guess. And now
we can check.
Yeah, I wanted to play d6, actually. That's what I wanted to do.
Which one?
I wanted to play d6 in this position.
Okay.
Yeah, just the idea. I'm just wondering when to do it. But the idea was if queen d6 here.
Then you do the check. And you
then I do the check. I go queen h6 check, and then you've got to go queen g8, and then I go rook takes f5.
F5, yeah, nice. Okay, I get it.
But maybe after d6 you can go. Well, queen d8, you're further away from the. That's not good. But queen e6, maybe you can do.
Queen e6. Then
let's have a thinky.
It's always going to be nicer taking with the rook, isn't it, than the pawn on f5.
Yeah, it's because if I take with the pawn, you just take on d6, and after rook d1, you go queen c6, and it's just going to be. Well, I don't know actually. Not clear. I mean, because the thing is, if I go rook f5, you go knight h7, and so rook f5, knight h7. No, I go queen h4, I suppose.
Yeah, so we've got 3 now.
I've got rook h5 coming in, knight g4, the other rook coming to f1. Mwah. Some chances. Not 100% sure about it, but definitely some chances. Okay, let's just go back to just have a quick look at e takes f5, just for the sheer hell of it.
Here?
Yeah. So queen takes d6. And now I go, I'm not sure.
Can still do this.
Queen h4 check, I can try, maybe?
Queen h6 as well.
Oh, queen h6 I can do again. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Oh, I can go knight g4 afterwards. That's quite nice, maybe.
Here, here.
And knight g4.
Yeah.
You go knight cd7.
This one.
Yeah. And the question is,
what's the killing blow?
Well, the problem is you're going to have queen b6 check and then knight takes g4 to unravel.
Oh no.
That's your threat.
So it isn't mate yet.
I mean, it's definitely dangerous. I mean, instead of going knight g4, I could go rook. Is rook d1 clever? How am I going to get my rook across? That's the real. Pawn h4 is quite annoying.
Okay, well, we didn't have to go queen h6. We could have taken.
I can just maybe take that pawn on h4.
Yeah, like that.
Because if you go knight h7, then I would love to go f6 in this position, really.
Well, why not? That looks good to me.
Yeah, we'll go e4 or knight d3, maybe.
Let's try that one then. Okay.
Rook f5, I suppose I can do.
Yeah.
That's dangerous. I mean, rook e5, I've got queen g3, which is quite sneaky.
Threatening mate on g7.
And the rook on e5.
Yeah.
There's definite possibilities here. I don't 100% know whether this is, but it is very dangerous. And this move d6 is quite sneaky.
Yeah.
So that's one possibility. The other
so that's
possibility,
sacking Adam's knight. The other thing we were going to do was
rook
sack
f6.
his rook.
Rook f6 was quite interesting.
Yeah. So where were we? We were not there. This is where we were. So we sacked his knight in that line, but now we're going to sack his rook instead.
Indeed. I mean, and throwing in d6 as well is definitely not stupid.
Do you want that first for Adam?
Well, yeah, we can just show some lines maybe. Well, let's have a look at rook f6 first now, and then we'll see d6 later, because d6 might actually just improve a lot of lines.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I guess, I mean, hg, I go knight g4, which is quite nice, really. I mean, I'm threatening queen h6 check as well, so yeah. I mean, you have to cover h6 basically, and then, well, I've got d6 or rook f1, or, I mean, it's strong. It looks strong, whatever. So you should definitely take on f6.
So queen f6.
Now, the only annoying thing is that after knight g4, there's queen f4. And the question is... That is definitely annoying. That is definitely annoying.
Yeah.
However, what we could do is to go, instead of knight g4, is to go rook f1. Now, there's a couple of sneaky points here. If I go HG in this position, thinking that I'm just going to pick up lots of material, rook f6, rook f6, g takes h2, king h2, king f6, and I've got queen f2 check, picking up that loose knight on c5. And I will then laugh at you because I have tricked you. So, so if we just go back after rook f1, the question is, where is he going to go? Because, I mean, if I go queen d6, for example, maybe queen b6 is clever.
Queen b6 with some checks possible.
Some possible checks here, and not ones you can really ignore. And the problem is, if knight h5, for example, gh, queen g5, I can come back with queen g6, and that's rather irritating.
Yeah.
That's not clear. And the only other move I could think of would be to go queen f2.
Yeah.
Not here, instead of sacking.
Instead of knight h5.
Yeah, queen f2. But I could probably just go hg there. Queen f7 and then king h8. Not 100% sure, but because rook f6, I've got rook f8 simply.
Yeah.
It looks just about good for. It looks good for black this somehow. It's an annoying move, queen b6. Yeah, I think so.
Rook f6, rook f8. And then you take the rook.
Rook takes.
Take the queen.
And I take the knight on h2 at the end.
And it's too much.
I'm a piece up.
Yeah.
But okay, instead of doing any of that, rook f6, let's just try and get in d6.
Okay, so instead of rook f6, so just straight away at the start, d6.
Yeah. Now you can't do anything clever like pinning with rook d8, for example, because I've got knight f5 check and queen g5. So I'm always managing to unpin myself. So queen e6 looks like by far the most natural. Then what I was wondering about was just to go... well, we've got a couple of ideas now, you see. I could take on f6 and then go rook f1. And you haven't got queen b6.
Oh, no, it's blocked by this pawn.
And after you go queen e6, I go knight g4. I go knight g4 here. Actually, even knight f5 is... Oh, actually, knight f5 check looks very strong. Not even knight g4. Knight f5 check immediately looks very strong. Takes.
With the rook.
Ef. Because queen f6, I've got knight g4. Yep. Queen h6 instead, I've got f6 check. And most cunningly of all, if queen d5, I've got f6 check as well. And you don't have a square you can go to which doesn't allow me to come in with check.
Yeah.
So white is winning white.
Okay.
So exactly at this moment,
exactly at this moment, we need to play.
You should play d6. And I think probably that white is completely winning.
Yeah. All right, we need to check in on Hebden. Hebden is closing in, says pass pawn.
If pass pawn says that Hebden is closing in.
Oh, it does look like it. Right, how do we get here? Because we just saw it at g6. h3, Hebs went. King g7. King h2. Quiet.
Very prophylactic.
Yeah.
Queen a6.
Queen
Okay. Queen a6 hitting the knight.
Because we were talking about Queen a5 before, weren't we? Not Queen a6.
Yeah. But this is not so. Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So Black decided he couldn't take that knight on c8 because Queen f7 check. So he came with Queen e2, Knight d6, and then Bishop takes h3 played.
Okay.
And now Rook c8 from Mark.
Right. So this threatens Queen f8 with a check mate. In fact.
Indeed. Yeah, and Rook c8, we're going. I think probably Mark's going to take on f7 and then go Queen takes f6 after, which looks kind of cool. So I would imagine that this is probably just completely winning.
So okay, Rook c8.
Yeah, I don't think.
F7, and you don't survive.
Yeah, Rook c8. I go Queen f7, King h6, and then Queen takes f6, and I'm threatening Knight f7 check and Queen g5 mate actually. So I don't really see how you could possibly deal with that. Yeah, no, it's looking very, very good for Hebs.
Another nice game for Hebs.
Indeed.
He's on good form at the moment.
Yeah, no, in good form indeed. So, yeah, excellent. Yeah, I think this is just a completely won.
Yeah. Okay, shall we take a 5-minute break?
A break? My goodness, well, I'm going to eat some chocolate biscuits then.
You're going to eat chocolate? You
Yeah.
can. I'm going to just, let's just see let's see these. There's Hebden, concentrate. He never gets up from the board. That's what?
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. He's, yeah. Always had mixed feelings about that. I mean, Mickey's another one who never gets up from the board. He's incredibly. I was very concentrated, but I really needed to clear my thoughts and get away from the just relax a little bit, get away from the tension of the game, and sometimes also I found talking to myself a bit about the game, just explaining what I was trying to do. It gave you a bit of a fresh view on things instead of just being chained to the board and concentrating only. So. I don't know, but looking at the players, very concentrated. You can see the.
It's almost like maybe it is a still. Is that they moving? Oh no, someone did.
No, it's not a still.
They're really focused. Okay, so we're going to be away for 5 minutes, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Fantastic.
Hello, and we are back.
Yeah.
And I've just been watching the action on board one. And
Oh.
Hibbs has won the game. I just was watching it on the actual live.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So do you want to see the moves and how it all went?
Let's have a look.
Okay. So we were about here. King H2, Queen A6.
Oh, you're not showing your board there, Natasha.
Oh, sorry, let's show the actual board. Then you'll be able to even see it. There we go. And okay, so we had the queen coming in. We saw all this.
Rook C8, that's where we left it.
Takes queen takes F7.
Yeah, excellent. And then knight F7, I guess, to finish off.
Yeah.
Dual threat of queen H8 mate and knight H6 mate.
Yes, and black resigned.
Well done, Hebs.
Well done, Hebs. Okay, let's check in. All right, Waterford Wizard is a proven scientific fact that changing scenery resets your brain and helps you refocus. So an argument for walking around, and Rowson recommended not to get up for the board.
Yeah, it's
differing views, and I guess it varies by person as well.
Yeah, no, it's. As I said, I was very impressed that Mickey sat all the time. And I think as a professional, I sat all the time as well. But I certainly, when I started back as an amateur, I didn't really. I felt I needed a break. Couldn't be as intense as I used to be. But yeah, and I think for a lot of players. Yeah, it varies enormously. You really see, even at the elite level, you see a lot of differences. Topalov was really, really focused, sitting at the board all the time. Okay, this is Matthew Wadsworth against James Jackson. Should we have a look where we left it?
Where were we? About
after
there?
knight d6, that was where we left it.
Knight d6.
Move 19.
19. One move back. 96.
So yeah, so bishop g2, king g2. This is quite neat what James did. So he went knight g6, which sets up the following counter tactic. So after knight takes b7, there is bishop takes g3. And the point being that knight d8 allows knight f4 check.
Ew.
That's very skillful indeed.
Yes.
What do you expect from a Barbican player?
From the Barbican player.
I do wonder, was king queen e4 a possibility?
Okay, interesting. Queen e4 here.
It's a little bit risky, maybe, but just the idea is that if I've got the dual threat now, obviously, of taking on g3 and also going knight takes d8 as well. Just wondering whether that would have been interesting. Knight f4 check.
Yeah, king g3.
I could go king g3. I could even just go king f1 or something, and just sort of just leave all of your pieces hanging like that. Not sure. That was possibly an interesting idea as well. But
Hi, b22, c3.
Hey, b22. So anyway, I mean, White took on g3 anyway, which was sensible. Could have been that queen e4 was interesting. Queen b7 check. And then knight f3. Bit of a shame you have to play knight f3. I guess that White didn't want to give away the b2 pawn. Yeah, you just wonder about something like c6 and c7 quickly. Whether that would have been
okay. C6
I mean, could have been quite dangerous. Queen b2,
C6, queen b2,
maybe
C7.
knight c4. I don't. Yeah, c7 or knight c4. I'm not sure which. You're getting to b6. You're getting c7, knight b6 very quickly if you swap off queens.
Yeah.
This is very dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't swap off queens. Maybe you should go queen b5 or something like that. Maybe that's possible. We cause enough irritation to keep things at bay. But yeah, a lot of dangerous possibilities for black to consider there. But yeah, Matthew played knight f3. Just a bit of a change to put the knight there. On the other hand, it's attacking the d4 pawn, so you can see some positive sides to it too. Rook ac8 and now rook c4. These are two pretty dangerous pawns, really. Rook c4, rook d5 played, and b4 now. So this is pretty sharp now. I think we're getting to the crux of the whole position, really.
Yes. Someone was saying in the chat earlier that humans overestimate these connected pass pawns coming through.
Possible. But they are dangerous.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, these ones look pretty good.
But there's going to be some tactics, maybe. So because I mean, just to start with, just look just in general. I mean, rook g5 is one idea.
Rook g5 because the knight.
With the idea of knight f4, or also knight h4 as well. That's we've got two ideas. But there, of course, we could go
making use of two different pins.
Indeed, beans. But we got queen e4, which would be deeply irritating, of course.
Yeah.
So that is all right. However, what we could do is maybe play a rook e5 first. That's a possibility.
Rook e5.
So,
C6.
I mean, well, c6, I could go just rook takes c6, I think.
Oh,
which wouldn't really help.
Knight takes.
Rook takes c4.
Rook.
Rook takes rook. So that would be quite annoying.
Yeah. And then we're not enough, is it?
Well, yeah, probably I would take first on b4, I think. Actually, that's what happened in the game, but I'd take first on, and I'd just have rook takes b4 or something, so, I mean, that would just be, so I don't think c6 is good. So after rook e5...
Yeah.
Probably I go queen d1, I guess. And now I'm wondering about going rook g5, for example. But I guess you could go just king g1. Sort of, yeah, I don't know. I mean, knight f4 looks vaguely dangerous, but then I could go rook takes d4, so it's not really very clear. I mean, what I could maybe do instead of going rook g5 is to go rook f5, but then we've got rook e4 to... we'll have rook e4 as a blocker as well. So... not easy to break through. All right, let's just go back to the position after we go. Well, back to the position in the game actually, which is yeah, and then we'll just have a little think here about what we can do. I mean, there's nothing yet is terrible is happening. So c6 isn't happening yet. But probably queen e4 is coming in, to be honest, which might be quite annoying. Because, I mean, we're even threatening rook takes d4 then, or something like that. So...
okay, so you could still do rook e5.
Yeah, let's go rook e5. Let's do rook e5, queen d1. And we can just leave, maybe we just leave it like that. Got to watch out for rook d4, of course, but maybe have we got something... I would so much love to play g7 to g5, that's the point.
Okay.
And it's not going to happen. Could I maybe actually, instead of rook e5, come to think of it, could I just go knight e5?
You can.
Oh, it's
95. Yeah.
done it. He's done it.
That, isn't it? That and that. Oh, he's done it already. He's played. Fine.
Right. But this is going to get interesting. So, yeah, I mean,
he can't take.
Yeah, and if I go c6, then there's just knight takes c6. So that's probably quite annoying. I was just wondering whether you could play a move like c6 and then, if knight takes c6, then go rook c1 and pin. But I think just knight e7 would be fine there. So that's fine. So so after knight e5, what could I do here? Knight e5, rook e5, and c6 would be gorgeous if I could do it. But there's rook takes c6. And obviously queen e5, there's rook takes c4. And yeah, that's not gonna work simply.
Yeah.
If I go queen f3, then there's just rook takes c1, which again is not so not particularly fantastic. So okay, so knight e5, back to knight. So this is not going to be good, I don't think. So well, we need another move. I mean, queen takes e5 is definitely interesting.
I would recapture.
And now rook takes e5.
Okay.
Yeah. Very unusual position. How is that one going?
You want to do g5?
I want to do g5, yeah. Yeah, I was looking at rook e4, but then probably just simply f5 is good enough.
It's all coming in.
Yeah, rook e6, g4. I could go c6. Even that's not, I don't know. Is that clear? Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook e6, g4, c6.
We can at least take on f3.
Yeah, we'll take on f3, yeah. King takes f3.
And then queen f7?
f7, I suppose. Probably going to be good for black, this one.
Yeah, extra queen, right?
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. So, but after g5, I could go rook takes d4.
Right. There's g5.
I could go rook takes d4.
Yeah.
Again, maybe I go f5 again. I can go g4. And I go h5. Wow. Looks awkward. Looks awkward.
You can't block off the diagonal.
No. And then the only other thing that you could do... Oh, that's not going to work either, is it? I was wondering whether instead of after knight e5, whether you could play queen e4. I mean, yeah, the idea was that knight takes c4, d takes c4, and maybe somehow I would be able to keep all my pawns. Rook d7, and then I can play c6. That's the idea. Yeah, I take a knight e5. That's the idea.
Interesting.
That was the cunning idea. The only problem is that after queen e4, because this might be quite good for white. I mean, it's past
queen e4 here. Okay. So what about taking on f3 instead?
No, I'll just take back with a queen on f3. Then that would just be winning. But you can go. The problem is you can go f5 in this position,
Okay.
which I think is going to be. Ooh, is that true?
Queen
Yeah,
e5 was played. Queen e5 was played. Okay,
Queen
they've
five
played
was
some
played.
moves.
Okay. Yeah, I
Research.
think this is just a good version. Okay, I think g5 now is quite strong.
So knight e5.
Queen e5 played.
So let's play queen e5. Takes.
And
G5.
g5. I think g5 now is going to be strong.
So is this? What was the best? Was this just extra queen?
Well, this is not clear. I mean, one idea for white would be to play. Well, no, g4 is coming in quickly, right? So I was thinking about going b5, but then you'll go g4, c6. I mean, you've got an extra queen, but it's not 100% clear. I mean, if I go b5 in this position.
Okay, let's try.
So the idea is to meet queen b5 with knight d4. That's the basic idea. But then you go g4.
Good to g4, yeah.
Yeah, and then I go c6.
c6.
You take on f3.
Take.
I take with a king.
Yeah.
You go queen b6, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of rook c5 or something. just to.
E6.
Probably rook c7. It's probably nothing at all. It's you just don't have enough pieces to do anything. So we kind of need a really good solution against g5. I think
g5's already played. Yeah.
it's already played.
No, it's not. Sorry, g5's not already played.
He's thinking about.
It's not already played. That's our move.
Yeah, but I think g5 would be really strong.
Yeah.
And g4, you just go h5. Oh no, g4 you go f5. That's right, g4 f5. But could you get away with that? Maybe if I go g4.
Let's try it.
So g5, g4, f5. So yeah, rook d4, h5. That was the cunning idea.
After g5, how about rook takes d4? We'll look at that in a sec. So this one, you're not stopping g4.
No, g4's coming in. The thing is, of course, you're giving away a lot of pawns. So you're always sort of thinking, could I get some sort of position where?
Yeah.
But I don't think so, really. This looks quite dangerous. So what did somebody suggest? Rook takes d4 straight.
Simon's suggesting rook.
Yeah, rook takes d4. We said f5 after rook takes d4. That was what we were saying.
Yeah,
and then g4 h5 would transpose into what we've got, what we're looking at there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see how. I don't see how you do that, really. I mean, you could play king g3.
Any mileage in g5, g4, f5, king g3. Let's just try.
Yeah, what I've just said right now, actually. G5, g4, f5, king g3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be what I'm a little bit worried about. The nice point about it is that if f4 check, king g2, then h5, we've got rook takes g5. That's the key point. But what I'm a little bit worried about is that we'll play rook f8 at some stage. So, for example, after king g3.
Yep.
Maybe I'll just take on g4 here.
King takes, presumably.
I guess. And then something like rook f8.
Yeah.
And then c6, maybe. And then queen f7.
Yep.
I'm getting sort of being mated vibes, really.
The knight has to move.
Yeah, but it just can't go anywhere, really.
And we've got queen f4 coming in.
Queen f4 coming in. So, I don't know. I think it's pretty Pretty nasty, I think. I can't think of a way for white to get out of this.
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't one, of course, but...
So we're wanting g5, basically, from James.
Yeah. G5 is yeah. I mean, got to be careful. You know, black's got to be careful. If black doesn't react well, then this is a sort of position that could go wrong. But black's done very well with the time handling, basically.
Oh, we do have some suggestions.
G5 has been played. G5 has been played.
G5's played. Yeah. Okay, so Sam Brown c6 at some stage, then rook c4. Actually, I'm probably not quite sure which position that is. Let's do Chris Baker's first. Knight takes d4 instead of king takes g4.
Okay.
So this is in the line here.
No, it's g4, I think. G4, f5, king g3.
Yep.
Fg,
and then
now knight c4. But we've got queen b8 in this position. That's the problem.
Ooh.
Now, or queen c7. I'm not sure. Maybe queen c7 is better. I mean, white can play f4. That is actually true. But I'm finding it really hard to believe.
Yeah.
I really am finding it very hard to believe that this is ever going to work. I mean, maybe I just take on f3, knight f3, and go rook f8. Something like this. And then I'm going to do the old queen f7 trick again. And I just don't think you're going to survive. There might be better ways of doing it, but I think you're just going to be in big trouble there.
Okay. Looking good for James.
Yeah, looking pretty good for James.
Let's keep going because Marcus. Oh, look at that's a nice position, isn't it? Marcus.
Yeah, that's pretty comprehensive, that one. So well done, Marcus.
And let's see, Jonah against Richard.
Okay, so we've got a sharp position. I'm not quite sure what's happening here. I mean, that knight on b6 coming round into a4. That's pretty nice, hitting the pawn on c3. But we've got rook e3 to defend it. We're going to be getting f6. We're going to be getting f6 in to make the king's position a little bit uncomfortable. It's a sharp one, difficult to say, really. On the other hand, I mean, who is it to move? Actually, it's black to move. So if we go,
Jonah's just played f5.
Yeah, if we go knight a4 here, actually, which is obviously very natural. The big problem is that if you go rook e3, I guess I could have bishop e2, actually.
Sorry, bishop.
Rook e3. I could have bishop e2 here.
Just trying to take on c3.
Yeah. I mean, I go rook e1, I suppose. That's probably the most... Then have they succeeded properly? Because knight c3, I just take it and go rook e2. That's a bit sad. That should have been a lot better than it actually is. I mean, instead of bishop e2, I can go b4. Oh no, it doesn't work at all, actually. Curses. I mean, maybe I could just go bishop. I could maybe go bishop e2, and then after rook e1, I go bishop g4. I just want to take on f5. Yeah, I'm threatening knight takes c3, so maybe go queen d2. Could do something like queen c6, maybe. Yeah, it's a bit, it's a little bit, feels a little bit fraught to me. Like black's really on the edge of not
Black's
having.
pieces seem, but they look good at the start, but they seem a bit offside once we start looking.
Yeah, black's pieces aren't really finding it very easy to. They're all. Yeah, they're never quite on the squares they want to be on. I mean, I think white's just better here. I think white is just quite a bit better. And it's going to be quite tricky, I think. But I could be horrifically wrong. I mean, maybe if I go knight a4, rook e3, and then queen c6, maybe. How about let's just not be too complicated. Knight a4, rook e3, and then queen c6. I'm just threatening bishop b3 and knight c3. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Easy.
So queen d2.
Simple chess. Yeah, but then I just take on b3 and take on c3.
Still do it. Yeah.
I think what I'll do is I'll go f6 with white. I think that's what I'm going to do to you.
Okay, so I'll still take on b3.
All right, I'll take c takes b3.
I can still take this, can't I?
Absolutely.
Yeah, can I? Tell me if I'm walking
Go for it.
It's terrible.
Completely legal. Rook takes e3. Queen takes e3.
Oh God.
F takes e7.
Yeah, that doesn't look too good.
No problem. So, yeah, I mean, maybe you should play e takes f6 first of all. Oh. Looks like Natasha's.
Hiya.
Hello.
For a moment, but I'm back.
Fair enough. Oh, he's gone e takes f6. He's played e takes f6. No,
he must not have liked my move.
No. So okay. So e takes f6 we were looking at, and then we go g takes f6. And yeah, I mean the point is that if you take everything on c3 again, I end up playing rook takes d6 in the end.
Yeah, threatening mate.
Threatening mate. So yeah, I think f6 is going to be a in that line. F6 is just going to be a very annoying move.
So I'm going to say, right, if our knight c3 isn't working, maybe we don't actually want to put a knight on a4.
Well, I'm afraid that Richard has put his knight on a4.
He's already done it.
He's already done it. Yeah, indeed. White's played rook e3 quickly, and yeah, Richard's thinking. I mean, the one thing about playing f6 is that it does give the bishop a square back on e6, for example. But yeah, I don't know. This feels a little bit dodgy, really. And not in a good way. Yeah, I think this is quite. It's a bit sad that bishop e2 doesn't really work as a trick. That's that really is a little bit sad. You deserve more than that, really. Maybe this bishop e2 to g4 idea is all right, but it doesn't look right. So I think black's in a bit of trouble there. I think, to be honest.
Yeah. All right.
Let's have a look at the next game. See how that's going. That bishop's in a little bit of trouble. So knight c6 played. So what are we going to do about the bishop on a5?
Okay, we can defend it with knight c4.
Yeah, that fails to, or that allows rather, knight takes a5 and bishop takes c3.
Yeah.
Now it's not 100% clear because there is queen h4 with a possible knight g5 check coming in, but I think I go rook g4 or something. So I think that's probably quite good. I mean, I can go bishop b6, but then I'll get hit with knight takes c3, for example, which is not very nice. c4 is possible, but looks really, really wrong. I'll just go knight d4 and I mean, the horrible knight on b2 should be awful, really. So unless White's got something very clever here, I think White's in a bit of trouble.
Okay. Can I give up one of Shabir's pieces?
Go for it.
So here, and then here. And then my thinking is, right, if he takes with that bishop, we wanted that bishop to gone. And we've still got the threat of c4 and trying to win something, but then we've also got the threat of queen at h4. That was as far as my thinking went.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, if I just went something like queen c7, for example.
Queen c7, yes. Maybe it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's struggling a little bit, I think, to make that one work.
Okay.
But I think White's position is pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty ropey,
difficult.
really.
Very difficult.
Yeah, it's pretty ropey, really. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think just White's in real trouble there. Just everything.
All right. In that case, let's look at Jacob Boswell against Keith Arkle. And this
Will Keith manage to win this one? Because the signs are not promising, I have to say.
Will he hold the draw?
Yeah, I'm assuming he will.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, bishop
a6.
Yeah, we've got knight e7, and then we'll take on e5 and bring the knight out to g6. So that's it's not looking too bad. Yeah. Just wondering whether is there anything super clever. I mean, knight f7 is weirdly.
Let's just have a look.
Tempting, I have to say.
Jacob's knight to f7. You can't take with the rook because we take on c8.
Yeah.
So you have to take with the king.
Yeah, and then I had a couple of thoughts about that.
h5. No,
well, bishop g4 is one idea, and also queen h7.
All right, should we see this one first?
Let's go bishop g4. This is actually quite dangerous. Actually, this is
So let's say rook e.
No, then I go bishop h5.
Then you can go bishop h5.
Yeah. That's the cunning idea, and obviously I'm threatening bishop e6 followed by rook c8. So
all right, knight d6. We like our knight in on d6.
Yeah, but now we've got a few interesting ideas. I mean, rook c7 check, king g8, bishop e6 check, king h8. Now, unfortunately, rook d7, queen b6 is possible. That doesn't actually achieve anything, unfortunately. So I could go bishop d5. That's definitely possible. But you might go knight b5 then, with the idea of rook c5, which looks reasonable at first, and then knight takes d4. Takes... And then bishop takes d4. And we're going to have rook takes f2. Which is going to be probably a bit annoying. Not quite sure how that's turning out, but probably going to be turned out nicely for black. So let's just go back to knight d6.
Knight d6. Where on earth is that?
Probably around after bishop g4. 30.
Got it. Yeah.
Got it. Now the question is, do we have anything more promising than I mean, Queen c5 would be very nice if I could do it, but there's Bishop e7, which is the defense.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's working. So no. Okay. So Rook c6, Bishop g4, Knight d6. Is that working? Is that really working?
He's played something different. He didn't take.
He's got Knight g4. Knight g4 is decent, actually. Knight g4 is decent. But
Thanks for the follow, Barata Toxica.
But could we just have another look at Knight f7? It's just so
Yes,
tempting.
let's have another look at Knight f7.
So King f7, and then I want to go Queen h7. That's what I want to do.
Yep.
I guess probably Knight d6 as well. It's a very annoying move just to cover. Then you're going to come round to e7. Maybe it's just fine. Maybe there's just nothing. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Shame though, real shame. It would be so nice to do something like this, but
no, I know. But this one, what about this one then that he's played?
Yeah, I mean Keith might go Knight e7, I suppose, and we'll go Knight f6 check takes. Yeah, and I mean double pawns, but it doesn't really make much difference. It's about equal. This, I would imagine, probably. Yeah. No, maybe a slight advantage for white. But it's a good practical. Keith's gone Knight d6, which is maybe more sensible. I'm not sure.
He has. He likes his knight on d6. Yeah. We knew that.
But we can take on f6 now. Can do the same thing.
Takes.
We'll go Bishop d3 maybe.
We're going to come around here, are we? Whoops, not there.
Slight edge for white, I think. Still, rooks are more active and everything, but probably Keith should hold this. And obviously, Lord knows what will happen once he gets into a rook ending.
Oh, I hope Jacob at least draws if he gets into a favourable rook ending, because it's pretty painful, I'm sure.
So, yeah. But this is, it just looks like it. Shame about that Knight f7. That was quite neat, really.
Yeah. Now, Chris has given is commenting more in the Willow Putt game. So we just pop back to there for a second. Okay. Bishop takes b3 is not possible. So what have they done? He didn't do this. He's done rook c6. He didn't do the bishop e2.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of expect white to go f6 quite soon now.
Yeah.
That would be my...
After f6, ef, bishop e6.
gf, yeah, gf.
I was just following the instructions. Gf, yes, bishop e6.
That's risky. I mean, I've got queen h6 coming in as well, so rook d3 here would be winning, I think.
Yes, this looks scary. Okay, let's keep going. So Peter and Shreyas. Peter has just played a long backwards bishop move to f1. Okay, but and has the bishop pair, but Shreyas could always take off the bishop if he wanted to.
But black's just much better here, I guess, yeah.
Because of the isolated pawn.
Well, actually, I mean, isn't d4?
Oh, can we just take it?
Can we take it? That's the question.
So what bishop takes d4 is the theory.
Yeah, that would be the theory.
Okay.
Okay, we've got a couple of moves. We've got a5, and there's also rook b1 as well. Yeah, so a5, I'd probably go, because let's say queen b2. And then I should probably play rook b1. I mean, that's...
This one.
Yeah, and then the question is... Yeah, this is probably all right, isn't it, for black? Because if I take twice on, for white rather, if I take twice on b1, you take on d4, and there's nothing, I think. Just completely nothing.
Yeah. Don't want to go into that for black.
I could go rook c8, I suppose. Coming into c1, but...
Don't believe it.
I'll go g3. At the very least, I can go g3 or something, and I'll take the pawn on a7 later. So that should be fine. So looks like the pawn on d4 is not poisoned.
Yep. Thanks for the follow, Sunseeker.
So 23. Move 22 rather.
22, that one. Okay.
So not bishop takes d4, looks like.
Not at all.
So, yeah, I mean, a5 looks quite natural. Just to stop, just to keep the queen on b6, really, you know, and stop it from being chased away with a5. And then we just sort of ask white what he's going to do with his d4 pawn, which is not necessarily an easy question to answer. Because, I mean, you know, if you did something like rook c4, for example, then I've got knight takes c3 simply. F takes c3, rook takes d4.
Oh, rook takes d4. Clever.
Thank you. Takes bishop d4. And it's all working.
Yeah.
So, I mean, actually, it looks difficult to hold that d4 pawn in any sort of comfort, really.
Yes. So as long as black doesn't get overexcited and take it straight away.
Yeah, I think a5 is quite decent. Because if you go rook b1, then I'm definitely going to take the two rooks, I think. I'm sure I can do that. Sure.
Let's just see it, though. Takes.
I'm assuming I can, but maybe I can't.
Yeah, because you're not getting the knight at the end this time.
But I suppose you go g3 and just try and get your king out. And this is the question.
Okay.
You look so weak. I mean, I could go knight e3, for example. If you have to go f8, your second rank is so weak. Well, okay, maybe it's not so.
Oh, then we could do it this way. This is a bit dangerous, but...
Oh, that's quite nice. Yeah, I can go king g2.
And then we have to do an h5 or something. Just like that. Make sure we don't, you know...
I mean, this is really dangerous. This is really dangerous for white. I mean, with that open second rank. I mean, I don't know. I mean, but I don't know. I'd be a bit worried for
sure.
Maybe it's a brave
Bishop
decision.
d3, maybe. Look, bishop d3.
Yeah, in this position, maybe.
Then you can still check.
Yeah, but you know, we should try. We should try somehow to attack the pawn on c3. You know, with bishop g5 and a rook on c3, and you know, a rook on the third rank. I mean, it's really, really, really risky. All this. Yeah. I don't know. I'm. It'll be. Oh! I can see Adam Ashton. He did our stuff.
Oh, let's see it. Okay. So, Adam. Wait, so no, we had millions of sacrifices. Which one?
Yeah, but he's done them. So just go back 3 or 4 moves.
Yeah. Here? This is where we were. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were looking at both knight f5 and rook f5 and d6 straight away, which
he played. He played d6 straight away, and then he played knight f5 check. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight f5 check. Adam, this is nice.
So choppy. And now knight fe4 played. So, well, I don't know whether there's anything else, but at the very least, there's bishop takes e4 in this position.
Bishop takes, knight takes.
Yeah, and now f takes e6.
Oh, and we're going to take on f7 at the end.
Yeah. That's. I mean, that's the minimum that you've got. I mean,
that's pretty cute, isn't it?
There might be something better, but Yeah, I mean, you go. I guess you go King G6 here. Now I go Rook B7.
We're not winning, are we?
Well,
E6.
um,
I don't want to
well,
put a damper on it, but
we're going to be a pawn up at the very least. I mean, we're
yes,
already a pawn up, right? So I mean, we can maybe go. I'm not sure D7 or Knight G4. Maybe Knight G4. Yeah. I'll go Rook D1 or Rook E1, and
yeah,
we're better. We're definitely better. Put it that
yeah,
way.
yeah.
But you are correct in saying that we're not quite winning. But that's the minimum at any rate, that you've got. So let's have a look to see whether we've got anything more.
Yeah. Okay. So we're sort of.
Yeah. So Knight FE4, which is actually a very nice resource, it must be said.
Yes.
Now, one thing we could do simply is to take on E6 straight away.
Yeah.
And after Knight D2, we go Rook F7.
Yeah. Okay. And so now we've still got our bishop on the board, which is nice.
Yeah, so he's a little bit more constricted there. So I think he's got to go back to G8, I think, to be honest.
Okay. So what? We bring our knight in?
Well, no, he's threatening Rook takes E6.
Yeah, but we mate him. Oh, no, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't, because E6 defends on H6, doesn't it?
Précisément.
That's a shame.
It's a bit of a shame.
It is.
I mean, I was looking at going Bishop H7 check,
Yeah.
and
King
then
H8.
E7 afterwards, which seemed intriguing. But there's Bishop D5, which is upsetting me.
Yeah.
Sorry, just go back. So just go back before Bishop H7.
Here we go.
I mean, come on.
All right. What about Rook C7? With the idea of taking on C5.
That is definitely an idea. Yeah, Rook E6 says Rook C5.
Rook D6.
Yeah, Rook E5. Your knight on D2 is actually a little bit awkward there. It's not actually able to get back at all. This would be pretty strong. I mean, I'm coming in with Knight G4, Rook G5, Rook E1. This would be quite interesting. But quite surprising that this. I mean, this is Rook C7's a nice move, but you'd have thought we'd have more than that.
All right. So before that, it was like this.
Yeah, Rook C7's a nice move.
All right. Different way. Bishop F5. Just defending the pawn. and then bring the knight in.
Okay, bishop f5. Yeah, bishop f5 is quite nice too, actually. Must be said. Because knight e6, we've got rook takes b7.
Yeah.
Oh, and if bishop d5, crazily enough,
Yeah.
you go knight g4,
Yes.
and
And
bishop
then we've
takes
got this
e6.
knight h6 idea again.
Ah, there we are.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
you maybe got rook takes e6, but that's probably unlikely to be. I
So
mean, you're in
rook
quite a bit of
takes
trouble.
e6.
You could do it. Like I could take and go maybe rook c7 or something like that. I don't know, or rook e7.
Yeah.
Chances that you're in quite a bit of trouble are quite high. I could also throw in knight h6 check first. I don't know whether that helps or not. Maybe I want to keep knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6 next, because then it has to go king f8. And then we want to bring in this other rook, don't we? Like rook d1 or something.
Yeah. I mean, this would be very dangerous. This would be very dangerous as well, indeed. I mean, yeah. But yeah, interesting. I keep on looking at the position, but I don't think. Not really clear that there's something absolutely winning, really.
No.
I mean, could we just go back to the position after instead of f takes e6?
Yeah.
If we just go queen e3 in this position,
yeah.
What is he actually doing?
He's got to move the queen, so maybe he takes on d6.
If he takes on d6, I go f6 check. That's going to be serious news. So I mean, if he goes queen h6 check, queen h6, what I was looking for then was f6. And then after knight takes f6.
You take on c5.
Take on c5. I'm not. Is that good? That's probably good for me, I guess. I could also take on h6 and go rook f6 check. That was the other one I was wondering about. Rook f6, but I'm not 100% sure. King g7, then rook af1, which looks nice. But then he goes bishop d5, and I'm not 100% sure. Maybe rook f5 to g5. It's awkward for white, but I'm not. Is it winning? I'm not 100% sure. The one weird thing about this is that Adam's time says 0 minutes.
Yeah, let's look again. I don't know whether that's right. I assume it's not right.
Let me just have a quick look on another live site.
Yeah.
Oh, good lord! No, we've got all sorts of moves.
Oh, there's more happened on here.
Yeah. So, do you want me to try call out the moves?
Yep.
So, he did. He did the first line I suggested. So he took on e4.
Yes.
Knight takes e4. F takes e6. Knight takes d2. Rook takes f7 check. King to g6. Rook takes b7. Rook takes e6. And he went rook e1. That's a nice move, actually. I mean, it stops the knight getting back to e4. That's the key point. So e4, played by black. d7. Rook d8. And knight g4. This is pretty nice. This is a good way of playing it. So king f7 played. Rook d1. Knight's trapped. Rook d6. King f2. King e6. King e2 played. King E2, yes, okay. And King E2, and then E3 played. So I'm guessing here now that King E3 probably is what's going to be played.
King
I'm not
E3.
100% sure. So Rook D3 check. King E2. And then there is actually Knight E4 in this position, bizarrely enough. Because Rook takes D3. I take... And King D3, I've got Knight C5.
Knight C5 at the end.
Yeah, and there's another cunning point that I could play Rook B6 check.
Not here, you can't, but before.
No, before. Rook B6 check here. But then he goes King D7. And if I go Rook D3 there, then I take King takes D3 and King C7.
Mm.
There's a few sneaky tricks. So Adam actually played the knight on E3. He didn't play King E3, he played knight takes E3.
Okay, so we're just here. No,
A few more back. After E3, that's move 37.
Move 37, E3. So you
did with a knight. And then knight E4 was played. So presumably we're going to play rook takes, I guess. And king takes, I've got rook B6 check, for example.
Yep.
Which is
2 pawns.
2 pawns. I mean, black's got a little bit of play and all that, but I mean, this should be, this should be winning. I mean, what you could also try is maybe just knight F5 check instead, and just, but you've got to be careful. If knight F5, king C6, for example, and actually your rook's trapped. So
yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, but what you can do, you can go rook A7, king B6, and then knight E7. Haha.
Yeah. Very clever.
Knight C6. But and then we'd probably round up something somehow. But yeah, it should be a winning ending for Adam. It's going to require a little bit of work, but it should be winning.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to check another position whether I'm up to. I think maybe I need to just go out and in from this. Let me just put put this one on for a moment, and I'm just going to close this thing to just check we get the latest moves, because it doesn't seem to be updating. Okay. I suppose Hebs has gone, but is that Adam, isn't it? No, that's not Adam.
That's James Jackson that we're looking
James,
at.
of course it is.
How could you forget such a skillful
player?
Now, actually, the Matthew Wadsworth game is quite funny, actually.
Right, let me get us back there. And I'll just put the women's ones in as well while I'm here. Oh, sorry. I need to do something different. We're around 4, aren't we?
If we don't get this up and running soon, I'm going to start singing for entertainment.
No, please.
How much is that dog in the window? That one with the waggly tail.
Oh, no, awful.
How much is that dog in the window?
I can't multitask with this doggy in the window going on.
I always sing that to my brother's cat. He loves it. Though he doesn't particularly show it.
Huh. Right.
Come on, Natasha.
Yeah, nobody keeps giving me the women's and not the open now. Maybe it's because we haven't visited there for a while. Maybe we should just pop in there
Let's have a look at
first.
the women's boards.
Yeah, but I'm going to just make sure I've got round 4. I think that should be...
You're completely up to date now.
That should... Let's just close that. Right, this should be it. So let me just share that.
Yeah, otherwise, I'm really going to start singing again. So
No, you must not.
unfortunately, Audrey isn't playing because she's Giganto Bear in on. So I had a thing that for her that sounded like Godzilla. That was really cool.
You can sing that if you want to.
Well, no, she's not there really, so
You
it
only
doesn't.
do it when she's there. That's fair enough. Okay, so that's it.
Sharing the board.
I have to actually show it on the stream. There you go.
Ah, excellent.
We're back. Okay, so this is Anusha against Allah,
Ooh, this is quite
otherwise
sharp.
known as Ellie.
So white to play. Haha. So basically, what we're asking ourselves is what happens after Rook B8.
Rook B8.
So C4 probably only move. And then we've got all sorts of distracting stuff, really. But probably
Bishop C3.
Well, Rook A8 is probably the best way to start, I think.
Oh, there are millions of them. Yeah, okay, Rook A8. Go on then.
Because it's a little bit tough now. Because when you go, well, I guess Queen D6 is probably the is one idea. This is just well, I can go, yeah. Bishop C3 check is what I want to do, really.
Yes, we have to watch out for white being mated as well.
Indeed, you go F6 now because King H6. I go Queen F8 check, but you go F6, and
so we can check.
You can
okay,
check. Yeah, King H6. Then we need to do something about our back rank.
G3.
Yeah, F4 maybe.
F4.
Sure. F4 feels quite nice, really. I mean, it looks very ropey. I mean, it looks incredibly ropey for black, of course. But it's not quite mate yet, is it? So let's just have a look again. Maybe is Rook A8 the best, or did we have anything more violent? I mean, maybe Bishop C3 check. Maybe after Rook B8, C4, just Bishop C3 check is the best move.
Could we have stopped all the counterplay with Rook A7, Rook F5, Rook A8?
Maybe. But I think Bishop C3 check here is really strong. Because if you take it, I go Queen F8 and then Queen H8. And pick up the Queen. If you see what I mean.
Yep.
With a square. So then basically it means that you have to go F6 afterwards.
Chris Baker must be a good cook if his name's Baker.
You are absolutely right.
Yeah. Okay. So
you've got to go F6 here. Now I could actually go for a rook ending.
But you could just play Bishop takes F6.
Yeah, that would be a rook ending. Which is that winning? It probably is winning, I think. Oh, I'm not sure. Might be with a passed e pawn. I'm not 100% sure, but we should be really aiming for a bit more than just a rook ending deal. So if we go Rook B7 check.
What about Bishop B4?
I just take it, I think.
With the bishop, there's no mate. Yeah.
No. But if I go Rook B7 check.
Yep.
And then King H6. and then I go queen e4, for example. Or actually, even bishop f6 would be possible, wouldn't it? But queen e4, let's say queen e4. I mean, this looks pretty good.
Yeah, because we're threatening queen h4.
Yeah, threatening queen h4, threatening bishop f6. Chances look pretty good there.
Although, queen c1.
Yeah, king h2.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, I'll go f4.
Are you going to deliver mate? I'm going to take on.
I'll take on d5, but yeah, it's not quite as decisive, is it, as you would want? Wait a minute. Let's just go back. Maybe not queen e4 then. Maybe that was too lazy. Should we be more oomphy? Okay. Yes, bishop f6. Maybe bishop f6 works. Not actually threatening mate. That's why I was a little bit. And I could go queen d6. But then bishop d4 maybe. d1, king h2. It's a bit more fraught than you'd like, really.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure. It's just that this must be winning. I mean, simply, it's just.
What did you say? So queen? Did you say queen d6?
Queen d6. I've got bishop d4. That's what I'll do.
d4. Yes.
And if you go rook d1, I mean, the thing is, you can go rook d1 check, right, and then king h2, queen d6 check with forky. Bishop
d5.
e5. I could go queen takes e5 here if I want.
Queen takes e5, and then bishop
take
d6.
Bishop d6. Chopperoonie. Rook c7. Rook d2. And I guess king g3. And rook c2. But this should be winning, I think. I go h4 or something, and that black king is horrific.
Yeah. And the rook's in front of the pawn. Yeah.
This will be winning. This will be winning. I mean, something like this must be working. I think bishop c3 check is probably the.
Gosh, so if this happens, the tournament goes wide open again. Because
right.
at the moment she's a point ahead of everybody, so she, it's within her hands to kind of win the whole thing.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's a big game.
Yeah. I think this rook b8, bishop c3. I think the only slightly
So
tricky
what about
thing.
Chris's getting rid of the counterplay line?
All right, let's see it.
Yes. So that was. Let's see what it was. So was it rook b8? Could we have stopped all the counterplay with rook a7, rook f5, rook a8?
Okay, so c4.
Yeah.
I guess. And now rook a8.
Yeah.
Or does Chris want rook b7? He wants rook b7 straight away, I think. That's the point, maybe.
Okay.
Instead of rook b8, he wants rook b7.
Yep. Rook f5.
No. Before c4. Before rook b8. So rook b7 directly.
Sorry. Okay.
So move 30. Go back to move 30. There we are. And then rook b7 straight away he wants. Rook f5 and then rook b8. I think this is what Chris wants. But is it good? So I play c4. Yeah, this probably is going to be quite good. I mean, I can go maybe rook a8 now. This is probably going to be quite nice, I think. And then after queen d6, I throw in a bishop c3 check. Maybe an f6. And I suppose what I could do is to throw in a rook a7 check, king h6, maybe a rook d7 here, just to stop everything. And then afterwards I'm going to play queen f7. I don't know. I mean, this looks very good.
Yeah.
I have to say. So maybe that's a very nice, precise way of playing it.
Yeah.
It's
all right. Let's see how Nina and Lanyao are doing.
oh, this is quite. Oh, this looks a bit dangerous for white, I'm afraid. We're going to get bishop c6 check coming in, and after that, queen g3, knight f3. So I think that one's that's gone a bit wrong for
Lanyao. Yeah.
It's gone a bit wrong for white, I think.
Okay. And Julio against May Caterpie. So this was the F4 Sicilian, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it says we're getting again a time 0, so it's looking like you may be.
Yes. Is this up to date? It says last move 1919.
All right, let's have a look. Off. No, had a few more moves. So after
here we go. No, there we are. We're updated.
Yeah, great. So wow, yeah, okay, that's a big pawn on e4. So was it necessary to allow that, or could you have just gone queen takes d3? I think you could have just gone queen takes d3, couldn't you? Yeah.
So here.
Yeah, after c takes d3, I think you could just go queen takes d3 here, which would have been just equal, I think, actually.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but yeah, c takes d4 is quite a big error there, actually, and all of a sudden May is winning. Nah, maybe not actually. But
it looks like rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2. I mean, this can only be trouble for white, really. But maybe it's okay because rook c2. I'll have queen d3, and I'll hit your rook like that. I mean, maybe it's best I should go queen b6 maybe instead of rook c2 and just attack the pawn on d4.
Yeah, and maybe still queen here.
Yeah, then I'll go rook c4 in that position, and I'll nab your d4 pawn. Well, will I nab it actually? I mean, after rook e2, actually, rook d4. You can go bishop takes a5, maybe.
A5, yeah, I was looking at that.
Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not very much. I mean, maybe it's just. Maybe it's still in balance. It was a slightly strange decision I found, but maybe it's okay.
Okie doke. And Aga's won her game. Well done, Aga.
Oh, nice. Big.
And Elise, we saw, I think already it was looking pretty one. So Elise.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was peace already, wasn't it? That's right.
Okay, let's check back in on Matthew Wadsworth and James Jackson. Oh, lots.
Yeah,
great.
The funny thing about this ending is that if white loses the B, C, and D pawn, this king on G2 and rook on E3, and just plays rook H3 to E3, then it's a known fortress.
So is white winning then?
Well, no.
Three extra pawns on that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any difference. But I had this against Dave Norwood when I was 12, I think, at the Lloyds Bank Masters, 1986.
Right.
And funnily enough, I think I knew that fortress. All my work on end games as a keen junior had paid off. And but yeah, pawn f2 against pawn h5 with rook on e3 against a queen. It's just a draw. So in principle, this should be unlosable. It's just the only thing that could go wrong is that White gets too ambitious and then lets the H pawn run or something like that. But it's a bit, yeah. I mean, I imagine that White's just going to play Rook C4 soon, and then just try and play C6 to C7 and tie that down. So there might still be some thrills because I don't know. I don't know whether Matthew knows that position or whether even if you know it, you might get tempted to say, "Oh well, why go for a fortress? I'll have to hold for many moves if I could get a clearer draw in this way." But have to see. I'd expect something like King G6 really from James, and then just try and move. Try and get the H pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, quite fun. But, I think that Matthew will draw this. He's a good defender. He's a very good defender.
Okay, Jonah against Richard.
Oh, this has got a bit wild, but not necessarily bad news for Richard. The only question is whether he's getting mated or not.
Oh, is there some threat with queen? Oh, no.
Well, I mean, Rook H8 is one idea, right? Followed by Queen E8 check. And the question is how dangerous that actually is. I mean, yeah. I mean, we were looking more at playing F6, and really just trying to pin Black down. And Jonah's gone for a more attacking approach. So really just, blasting open the king's side. But the danger is that Black's picked up quite a nice centre now. His bishop his bishop is quite active. So, yeah, quite unclear this one, I think. But okay, I mean, one of the key points is, can we go Rook H8? That's kind of the.
Yeah.
I'm not. Am I threatening? Well, Queen E8 check.
Can take on C3.
You can take on C3.
Chris is saying Richard missed being much better with King F7 instead of King E8.
Okay. But actually, to be honest, after Queen E8 check, we go King D6. So it's not yet clear that you're breaking through. So I might as well just go Knight takes C3 check here.
Yeah.
And now King B2, I guess.
And we could do Knight D1.
Yeah, Knight D1 is possible. I'd love to have a.
Or if you're not threatening much. No, wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean B4 or something is also quite interesting just to console. I was looking at Knight E4 as well, just to just to consolidate your pieces really, and just ask White what are you going to do, because it's not really clear. I don't really know what we're doing there.
A5.
Well, your knight on C3 is hanging, so you've got to do something about that.
That was deliberate for once.
Oh, okay. But if I'll go Queen E8 check and Queen D8 check. I can force exchange of queens. That's what I mean.
Then that's no good.
Oh no! Well, no. Yeah, but I think it's a bit ropey too.
What about just back to A4?
Yeah, back to A4 is interesting. So I guess troop it on B1. I guess C1 is also possible. I don't know. It's one of those things. You're not 100% sure what you should do with Black, because anything you do seems to, your queen's perfect on B6, for example, to cover B8 and D8. So you're a bit nervous about moving it away.
Yeah.
That's why I quite like B4. Just sort of cement the knight and then wait to see what happens. Really.
All right. Well, we can try that. Let's do that.
So, okay, let's go queen e8 check. Or maybe another idea actually is to go rook a8, maybe. I'm threatening queen e8, and then I want to go rook d8 check afterwards. That could be an idea. But I could go maybe king d6. Queen e8. Yeah. Bishop d7. It's starting to feel a bit uncomfortable somehow. I'm not 100% sure about this.
King c7, says Chris.
E7's hanging. If we do that,
I think maybe the previous
move. Okay,
yeah,
king c
so.
maybe. But queen e8 then.
So here, this there must be
Yeah,
here.
maybe queen e8 now. Just hitting e7. It's not easy. It's like squashing jelly, really. You're sort of. I mean, I want to go queen a6. That's what I'd really like to do. So maybe I should just do that, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Queen a6. Queen there.
Yeah, no, it's not going to work really. There's going to be too many checks and stuff. Rook a7. Not easy. Oh, he's gone rook h8. He's gone rook h8, actually.
Rook h8, so that's where we are.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the best. This rook a8 idea is quite nasty, I think. But knight c3 check. I mean, it's worth taking the c pawn always, I think. So, that's definitely going to be worth it. I suppose the only question is, king b2. I could put a knight on e4, maybe. I mean, that's what I was thinking about originally, just to sort of have it. Because, for example, if you went rook a8, then I could go knight d6, for example. And I'm completely covered.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh no, that doesn't work.
It's not so stupid. It's not over yet, but I think, I mean, maybe you should go queen h6 or something and just try and find another entry point on the 8th rank. I was wondering whether, for example, if you went queen h6, whether I could just go knight c8, for example, and trap your rook with queen b7. Very sneakily. Oh, he's gone queen e8 check. So what did Richard do, actually?
How did that all go? So rook h8.
He went queen c7. Oh, that's not silly, of course, to take on c3 with the queen.
Yeah.
Queen e8 check, king d6, and then rook h6.
All right. So say you do take on
c3.
c3 with the queen.
Yeah, then we go queen h6. Then it'll go queen d8 check, I think.
Yes.
But then you go king c5.
King where?
So no, you can't. You're losing, actually, I think.
Don't do that then. So
queen d3, queen d8 check is too strong.
Knight c3. Oh, he's done knight c3 anyway.
Yeah. So I guess we should go something like king a1. I suppose we shouldn't give. But maybe you're going to go rook d1 check now.
Oh, he has gone king a1. Yeah.
Yeah. But do you have rook d1 check now? Maybe
rook d1 check.
Takes and knight takes.
Maybe I do.
queen c3. I could go king b1, for example. Because if queen c3, we've got queen d8 check again. But then I could go knight e3, I think. Threaten knight c2. And I think this is starting to look quite promising for black.
Yeah. Oh, they're both. Oh, Jonah's on very little time left now.
Yeah, no, it's quite.
On his increment, really. Must
Now,
be nervous.
okay, so maybe what we do, we don't go king b1. I think knight e3 is annoying, but if instead of king b1, we go c4.
C4.
So b takes c4 you have to do.
B takes C4 looks good.
And now we need to have something for white, but I'm wondering whether we could do something like queen f7.
Queen F7, yeah.
Or queen g8, I'm not sure which. Maybe queen g8 is more logical.
Checkmate a lot. They don't get any extra time at move 40. That's it. That's all the time they're getting. They just get that increment of half a minute.
I think queen g8 was more logical. Sorry, Natasha.
Queen G8, we can have that.
So then you go queen d7. That's your only move. And now I've got queen b8 check, I think, and king c6. Oh, yeah, knight a5 check.
Knight a5.
King d5. Oh, what a mess. Yeah, I don't know, but this is not. Impossible. I don't know. This is not impossible.
Queen a8.
Yeah, king d4. I'm not sure whether you're chasing the king where it wants to go, really. I think something like this. I think rook d1. I mean, Richard has got 4 minutes left apparently, so he's spending an awful lot of time on. Oh, he's gone c4.
Right, we've got a c4.
Oh, what happened there?
So let's see how we got there. I think he just played c4 actually.
Oh, he didn't go rook d1. He went knight a4.
Yeah. So king a1.
So we were looking at rook d1, and he's gone knight a4, and yeah, Jonah's gone c4, which was that's. And this is quite sneaky because b takes c4. I've got queen takes a4.
Sorry, b takes c4.
I've got queen takes a4.
Oh yes, queen takes a4.
It's not 100% clear, but so c takes b3. And now probably queen takes b3, because I don't think you've got anything.
Queen a6 doesn't work then.
Queen b6 I've got simply, I think.
Oh, yeah. So what, queen takes b3?
b3. Yeah. I mean, I would think that black is better here, to be honest, but I'm obviously not 100% confident about that. It's just that, those central pawns, the potential is just really, really good somehow. But on the other hand, I mean, maybe you just go play a move like queen b6 now here for black. Just start offering the exchange.
World's on the ropes. Shall we check?
Oh, let's have a look.
Yes. There, okay. Against Shreyas.
No.
Gosh.
No, this is just lost. This is just lost. It's just lost. Rook f4, I go king e2. Rook e4, check, bishop e3. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like a win for, indeed, Peter resigned there. Hard luck, Peter, but I actually think that Shreyas played extremely well, actually. So,
I mean, he's really strong, right?
Yeah.
He's strong.
Well, I mean, look at the ratings, right? I mean, It's but yeah. I think Shreyas played extremely well. So sharp opening, theoretical, and yeah. So okay, that's a win for
nice game for
Shreyas.
Shreyas. Okay, let's. So Adam drew in the end.
He drew.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me. That's it's difficult. I mean, it's a long period with increments, right? I mean, So it was always going to be a toughie, to put that game away. But a real shame because it was could have been a candidate for the Brilliancy Prize if he'd put that one away.
Oh, Adam got tricked. Said checkmate a lot.
Oh.
Yeah. Watch the trick. Okay, where do we need to go to? Well, where did we? There's
It'll be
millions of moves. Where did we actually get to?
Oh, good lord! Ages away. Yeah, about there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. So rook f8. So a4, pretty good move, breaking up the pawns. Rook a6. Oh no, a5. Oh, very nice. Yeah, why not? Knight c2. Oh, this is just all very good play, actually.
Okay, this looks like it could get tricky.
Knight d4 check. It's all very nice. Take on a6 now, then take on b5.
Yep.
So rook f2, king e3. But surely this is just totally... Okay, rook b2. Yeah, king e4 is just winning, of course. Rook b5. And rook there. Yeah, this must be... Oh, my goodness me. Okay, so takes. Takes. King d4. Rook g5 would go a6.
Yeah.
a7.
And then you can go a7.
Rook h7. Rook h6, why not?
Takes.
Yeah, he suddenly... Yeah, I mean, rook a7...
Is this already a draw? This is...
No,
okay.
This is just winning. This is just winning.
Yeah.
So... h4... Okay, so just... Oh, you didn't...
I'm intrigued what this trick's going to be, I have to say. It's going to be a stalemate trick, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually. King d5... h6... Oh, did he go rook a8 here?
Can you not go rook a8? What's wrong with
Yeah. But that's actually, you're right. It is a stalemate trick. So rook a8 here, it's known. Rook h5 check, king c4, rook h7, and rook a7 check, king c6. So if you go rook a7, he goes king c6. Smyslov fell for this one as well one time. The great Smyslov.
Okay.
Yeah, put on the board rook a7 check.
Yeah, rook a7 check. And so you think the white's tricked black, but actually here.
Yeah.
And this is stalemate.
Oh, dear me. Oh, hard luck, Adam. Easy to fall into, yeah.
King c4 wasn't needed, says checkmate a lot.
Yeah.
So rook h5 check. Well, you do have to move the king.
You could have gone to e6, for example. Yeah, could have gone to e6 here.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, dear me. Oh,
unlucky.
Hard luck.
Nice save by Indy, though.
Yeah, well tricked, Indy. So.
Okay, so I'm going to just look at. Let's go back to the top. All right, I will go back to this one for now. So this one.
This is the women's.
Yes.
Oh, so White's played it well a bit more positionally. Looks like just swapped off the queens, and because we thought this was going to be a mating attack for White.
Yes. So White's now.
Yeah, I mean White's better. White's much better, of course.
Threatening to take on c5, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean that would be a drawn rook ending, right? If we take so. I think we'd rather keep that bishop on e7 tied down and try and do something with it.
Yeah.
Maybe go f4, g4, f5 would be the ideal, or maybe e6 if we can get away with it sometime. But yeah, or something like king c6, for example, and threaten rook c8 check, and yeah. But I mean, yeah, black's definitely got saving chances here now. So
Yeah, I was looking at that B22. I don't think Allah's time there is correct. Yeah. Okay. May won her game.
oh, May won. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I had the feel that was the way that it was going a little bit.
Yeah. So well done, May. Okay, let's go back to the Open. We saw that already. So this one, Matthew Wadsworth and James Jackson.
Now, unless we're falling for a trick, which is going to win a rook, which is not impossible, then this will be a draw, of course. But
it's okay. Queen g5.
It's a bit risky what Matthew's done. So yeah, Queen g5. Where are we going to go then?
Ah. Well, I was kind of assuming f3, but maybe h3.
Well, h3, yeah, that's the natural.
Oh no, you can't, because you can't take on h4 anyway. So I can just go here.
Yeah, okay, but then I go king g2, I think.
Yeah.
And that is la question.
But then I can push if that's what I want to do.
Oh, we can go h3 and h2, can't we? Simply.
Yeah, because if you go to king g3, I'm going to go h2. If you take that, I'm going to go queen f2 and to pick up.
Yeah,
rook.
and if I go king g3, h2, rook c1, I've got queen g5 check.
Yeah, and I do here, and I still win your rook.
Okay, so that's actually rather worrying, I think.
So queen g5.
Okay, so king f3. I think we're going to have
king f3 is what you're doing.
But we're just going h3, aren't we?
h3 anyway. But then white can maybe push c.
Not possible. I just go h2 and h1 queen.
Yeah.
You had the slightly bad feeling that this was going to happen somehow. That not going for that fortress, but just trying to keep it. Not really wanting to give up your 3 pawns. And yeah. So king f3 played.
And king f3. These are played.
Yeah, and I think h3. I think h3 is just winning. I think
h3 is kind of what you want to do.
I mean, c7, h2.
Matthew losing, it looks like. Should we just take a quick see if we can see them?
Just James Jackson. You can't move the camera.
No, I can't move it. So there's
still
concentrating.
He's played it.
All right, let's go back.
He has played it. We've seen it live.
I think mine only updates every little. It might be a little while.
Yeah, this is. But this looks like it's going to be.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, I've got it now.
Yeah, I can't think really what. I mean, I can't believe that you'll be able to hold off against 2 queens for long.
I'll be the one with the 2 queens. Okay, c7, he's gone.
Yeah. Now h2.
h2, we're expecting.
And we can throw in a rook c6 check, but we just go back to g7, and it doesn't actually help that much.
And this has been skillful play.
Yeah, he's done it extremely well. It's. I said I do think that there was a fortress simply, and that Probably
Yeah.
Matthew could have just said, "Okay, doesn't matter. I'll give up all my pawns, take them all, and I'll just hold the fortress." But
Yeah.
very tough when you've got 3 pawns and 3 passed ones as
It'd be
well.
hard to just give them up, wouldn't it?
It's hard to give them up.
You
Yeah,
don't want to do that.
it's just as of course engines don't have that problem, of course, but for humans, it's C8 Queen. All right, you're not going to survive long. King E2, Queen E4 check, and mate.
Yep. Very nice game from James.
Yeah, very, very, very impressive game from James, because beating Matthew with black is good result. Good result. Matthew's extremely solid. And was playing pretty well, I think, actually, as well. But just these complications somehow just
Right, we have a result in Jonah against
oh, good lord!
Richard.
Oh, what happened?
Where did we get to? So C4, Rook D3.
Okay, am I missing something, or was BC maybe not good?
BC, we're thinking maybe better.
Yeah, we really thought that was. I thought that was just quite decent for. I mean, maybe there's something like Queen G8, that was also possible. That you could throw in a Queen G8 there. Maybe that's what Richard didn't like. Queen D7, and then who knows?
Yeah, there's a Queen B8.
Maybe a Queen B8 now and Queen B4. I don't know. Maybe there was something more like that. It's kind of why I mean, playing Rook D1 check I think was much better than Knight A4. Really, I think it was really Queen C7 got Rook E6 check there. That's complete curtains there.
Oh yeah. So you have to go.
You have to go King C6, but obviously it's a little bit. It's a little bit fraught.
Yeah, I can't work it all out.
No, I can't. It's just, but.
Because look, you got. What about you could do Queen A8, King.
Yeah.
Does this work? Just give everything up. Maybe it doesn't.
Wowsies!
I was just going to go here, but I can't.
I go King E4 though. I'm not doing. I'm doing quite well.
E4. Are you? I take your Queen.
Yeah, but I'm doing really well now.
Yeah, you don't want to do this.
No. I mean, it's just like really. It's really complicated, So, but I think that's probably what Richard was slightly afraid of. I think that's why he. But what he did was Rook D3, and then
Queen B5.
Yeah. This is. It's all gone wrong there.
Jonah's done it well, given he was on increment.
Yeah, no, he's done it very well. Yeah. No, I just. It all went horribly wrong. All went horribly wrong there. Yeah, I mean that's the sort of thing that happens when both players are on increments. Just it collapses all of a sudden. But hard luck. That was a really exciting game. But well played, Jonah, and hard luck, Richard. It's
could be Peter Roberson won in. Okay, and Jacob got a draw with Keith.
Got a draw. Oh, well done.
Was that? That's his third draw against a title player, right?
I think so. Yeah, he drew with Peter Roberson, he drew with Mark, and he drew with Keith.
Nice.
So, very nice. Just very, very solid. Nothing.
Okay, good. All right, we just put back in on the top board of the women's because it's a very important game. Here we go.
Yeah. Not easy. I mean, just not sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you go Bishop C5, as I said, Bishop C5, and then takes Rook takes.
Yeah, I think.
In principle, it's no. In principle, it's a theoretical draw. Rook and 4 versus Rook and 3. Of course, the big problem for Black is that the bishop on the E7 is really restricted. So I mean, it might be worth just playing C4 here and just getting rid of that pawn. and also giving you some opportunities to give some checks.
So if white takes this pawn with the rook, that's
a very good question, but is that a draw? Is that a draw? Because the white king is very well placed. I don't know, to be honest. I would think it would be a draw, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yep.
Which is a bit sad, really. I should be sure of that. It's quite a. It's it's one of those endings where you sort of think, oh, if you
It'd
were.
be useful to know, wouldn't it, if you get to this?
Yeah, no, but I mean, when I was young, when I was professional, I had my 150 endings that I went through every morning, revising them and repeating them. Including
That's a lot to do each morning.
Rook and bishop versus rook, two knights versus a pawn, and all that. So. But it's so there were sort of endings like this that I knew, but I obviously I don't do this anymore. So it's that sort of knowledge has passed
Take
me
you
by.
a month now to do 150.
But actually, yeah. Possible. I mean, I could go rook c4, rook a5 check, and just drive the king back like that, and then that's kind of a practical way of approaching it. And after king e4, I go h5, something like this, and just try and make sure that if white, advances, that white's, going to. And I'll try and play f6 at some moment and swap off the e pawn. I think this is drawn. This looks drawn to me.
Yeah. What about bishop b6?
Wow. So rook b5, rook b5.
Was this in your endings?
This wasn't actually, I think, in my
not in your 150. Yeah.
But I'm not sure. But decent drawing chances, I think.
Yeah. Okay, a minute different. She's gone rook c6.
Okay.
Oh, we've had a lot more moves actually. Let's see how we got to there. Okay, so we had rook c6.
Oh, that hasn't gone well. A pawn's been lost as well.
King d7 takes.
Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, okay.
This is okay. Oh.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a real shame.
So this should now really just be drawn.
It's just a draw, now. Yeah, this is just drawn. Oh, that's a shame. So white had done really great chances for a win there, but well defended by black.
Yeah. Okay, so assuming this is a draw, then the upshot will be that Gamal is half a point clear of Lan Yao and
Katabi, maybe.
And I don't think so actually, but maybe. Oh, I can't remember now. She lost one.
No, May's got 2.5. May's got 2.5, I think. Yes, May's got 2.5. So Allah will be a half a point ahead of
Lan Yao and May. Yes. No.
Lan Yao. Yeah, with May and Agnes half a point further back.
Excellent. Okay, and then in the open, what's the at the top we have Hebs.
And
James. And does Marcus as well? I think they're on the same.
Yeah. There's a whole group on three with so Shreyas, Jonah, Marcus, Peter Robeson. Yeah, all on three.
Three, not three. Okay, and Hebs has 2.5, 3.5. Sorry,
3.5. So Hebs and James have got 3.5, and then the others got 3.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, I think we will wrap up there.
Yeah, pretty good. We've seen some good games, I have to say. With I think James Jackson's, I think being the the pick of them really in terms of fight. Mark, very impressive performance as well, and I have to say Adam Ashton was playing a beautiful attack until he got viciously tricked in the end game, but still very nice game.
Yeah, and Look how focused. This one's. That really looks like it's winding up now. That game, but
Yeah, that's a very exciting game on the top board of the women's.
Yes.
But yeah, somehow just didn't work out for White. So,
Yes.
but incredibly concentrated players, I have to say. Sat
Oh
on the
yes,
board
and the Jonah
the
game
whole
very
time.
exciting
Very,
too.
very impressive. You know, that's the spirit that'll get you to that'll make you become a strong player, really strong player. So great to see.
Yeah, everything good except the singing, says the crowd. Ah, ah, ah. Very good. All right. Thank you, everybody. So, very exciting championship opening up. Tomorrow morning, there's commentary at 10 o'clock. And if I remember right, you have Michael Green and I'm going to say Jonathan Blackburn, I think it is, on tomorrow morning. And then Matthew and I are back tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. So, we hope to see you then. And thanks everyone for your comments. Thanks Chess Mayhem for the follow. And thanks everyone very much for watching.
Thanks for watching.